somewhere, although not a full roast. And this year we're doing it at the Pandora. The Pandora has a new chef. I've been there several times. The food is very good. And they've given us a special deal. So you've had the leaflet, I think, in your packs today. I need to know by mid-morning if you're going to come to the Sunday lunch and whether you prefer salmon or chicken. Now, what I will say is that if there's any special diets, vegetarian, whatever, those can be accommodated as well. And if our younger Americans would prefer to have a burger or something, I'm sure we can arrange that too. Okay, but please, this is another list for Hugo to put together. Hugo, can you do that one as well? Thank you very much. Right, I think we're almost there. We're there. Right, okay. So, good morning, fellow Hugolians. We are certain to enjoy a full day with 7 talks centered on Victor Hugo and the ocean. Each session has been given 45 minutes for presentation, questions and debates. At 4 p.m. we will bring all the speakers together. Commence at 1:45. There's tea and coffee at the back of the hall, and I would ask you please to refrain from shopping at our wonderful bookstore during the speakers. It's a bit distressing if somebody's arguing the costs or trying to barter Ken down. Oh, sorry, Lee. We've probably got some takers for that, but I don't want them disturbed. So now, as chance would have it, Professor Fiona Cox has to stay in England and will be making her presentation on the big screen. As you can see, it's coming up already. We will have to repeat any questions to her, so please keep them till the end. So we can't really ask her questions during the talk. So, have you got us, Fiona?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you patch her through? Give her a bit of volume. Try again, Fiona.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. A bit more.
Perfect.
A bit more there. That's max. Okay. Right, we'll have to listen carefully. That's about all we've got. So, away you go. Warren's controlling it from in the corner, as you can see.
Okay, are you ready for me then?
Yes, ready.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And I just want to start by saying how very sad I am that I'm not in Guernsey with you, overlooking that amazing view from Les Cotilles. And I'm even sadder now that I've heard about this evening's entertainment. I would have enjoyed that hugely, but it's lovely to be with you, even if virtually. And what I want to focus on today is the representation of the sea, of the ocean, within Les Misérables, which of course was written to a large extent from Hauteville House, where Hugo has this lookout at the top of the house as a site of meditation, of creativity, and a place where he often wrote. And he observed in 1879, he said that what I'm going to do is have the French text up, but I will paraphrase all that I'm talking about. So he said that he'd had 2 sort of long-standing affairs in his life, which were Paris and the ocean. And just note that the book from which this citation is taken is entitled Océan, the book of his meditations, of his kind of thoughts about creativity and philosophy and divinity is given this title of the ocean, which indicates its significance within his life, but with also, very much within his work. So to start by looking in a lot of detail at a short passage from Les Misérables, which is entitled L'Onde et l'Ombre, so the wave and the shadow, but also let's not forget that ombre can mean a ghost as well. So this is a haunted passage. This is a passage that's haunted by echoes from elsewhere within Les Misérables. And of course, any passage that Hugo writes about people being in trouble on the water, people drowning, is haunted by that terrible episode of 1843, where his eldest daughter, Léopoldine, drowned on the Seine. And so this passage comes towards the end of book one. Fantine has descended into, she succumbed to the illness that's being precipitated by her poverty. Jean Valjean has denounced himself at the trial of Champmathieu and has been taken back to prison. And the passage is using the ocean as a metaphor for fate. And he begins in this passage by highlighting the indifference of the rest of the world to an individual who is struggling and who's unable to manage without the aid of other people. Now, this indifference to human suffering is something that Hugo explored greatly in Les Contemplations after the death of Léopoldine. One of his principal was the outrage of the world continuing for other people in exactly the same way, and the apparent indifference of God to his suffering. And, this is brought out in this passage. There's a man at trouble at sea, qu'importe, who cares? The boat doesn't stop, it sails on. And you see the struggle of the drowning man bobbing up and down on the waves until his head, is just a dot, and then it's nothing. And the passengers, can't even see him anymore. But if you look in the second paragraph here, you've got that, the heartbreak of the perspective of his situation from the viewpoint of the man who's drowning. Only a little while ago, he was one of them. He was included. He had an equal right to life and to light, along with everybody else. And it's that, I think, that highlights the fact that Hugo is talking about the poor. We're told he came and went with everybody else. He was a part, he was included in humanity. And I think it's worth remembering at this point that the introduction, the préface to Les Misérables, talks about the three great issues of the century, one of which is l'homme et le prolétariat. And David Bellos has done excellent work in highlighting the fact that the proletariat in this instance means someone who's outcast, who's different, and who's excluded. And throughout Les Misérables, Hugo indicates that the poor are people who do not have the same right to light as everyone else. As Fantine gets poorer and poorer, her house gets darker and darker because she cannot afford, you know, in the first case, she can't afford a house with windows that are large enough, and then it gets darker as she can't afford the candles that will give her enough light to work by. And of course, the living conditions of the poor are stifled, are mean. The air is foul within them. Hugo makes it very clear that the poor don't have the same rights to living conditions that you might think were beyond the reach of money. And, you know, so he's indicating that. Il avait sa part de respiration et de soleil. He was someone who was alive and who deserved to be alive. And suddenly, all of that goes. Que s'est-il passé? Il a glissé, il est tombé, c'est fini. It's almost the story of Fantine represented in the water. You know, 1 minute everything was okay, manageable. Then the factory found out that she had an illegitimate child, and from that moment on, it was over. She fell. And of course, her story is called La Chute. This passage points, this episode of the passage points to the mythological elements that Hugo brings into his work. He's in this water that is full of monsters. It's unstable. He's liable to slip at any point. You've got the lexis of poverty that comes through when he talks about the ragged wave. Tous les haillons de l'eau s'agitent autour de sa tête. And the glimpses of these depths that are full of darkness. And I think this passage is looking ahead to that very charged episode much later in the book, in which Valjean goes down into his own version of the underworld, carrying Marius on his shoulders, and liable to slip and drown along with his burden at any moment. Sorry. Yeah, and just note as well that he takes a draught of bitterness. Il boit l'amertume. We've already seen in the book the way in which Valjean looks back to the Garden of Gethsemane when he's weighing up with himself whether he's going to denounce himself in order to save Champmathieu. And it is in Gethsemane that Christ begs that this chalice of bitterness should be taken away from him. So I think that is woven into the fabric of this passage here. And that feeling that all of the water is this bitter draught of hatred highlights that sense of bitterness and exclusion that is part of being poor and excluded and forced to watch other people continue to have the life that you used to have, and that you feel at some level that you still deserve. So everything is weighed against this drowning man, and yet he cannot give up. Il lutte pourtant. Just note as well that when the ocean spits on the drowning man, I think that also indicates the contempt in which the poor are held, that feeling of being spat upon, and that it's acceptable for people to spit upon you all the time. So he carries on struggling, and the boat sails on regardless, this boat that's utterly indifferent to the fate of the drowning man. And it's a place of madness. We're told that the blasts of wind continue to buffet him. All of the foam and the ocean is overwhelming him. He raises his eyes and there's no hope there. All he sees is the cloud and a stormy night. He is present and participating in this entity and this force that any human power, this immense démons, and this madness of the ocean takes us back to the ancient world. It becomes one of the themes that links Hugo's enterprise to the ancient epics that he's reworking, but also offers him a way of looking to the future. And because the ocean is so untamable, so unmanageable, and we are so fragile in its grip, that is why the ancient world created gods who were gods of the ocean. It's a recognition that there are forces beyond the human, and that in order to understand them and to try to contain them in our minds, they need to be given names such as fate or Neptune or Poseidon. And that's feeding in, I think, to what Hugo is working with in the ocean. And it's highlighted perhaps in this passage where he says there's something beyond this world that is coming in to make this man's plight even worse. He's tortured by this madness. He can hear things that are étrangers à l'homme. They're unearthly. They're not part of our human experience. And they're coming from some terrifying place that should not be part of human existence. And he takes us into the world of infinity. You've got the two infinities that encase him. You've got the ocean and you have the sky. One is his tomb and the other is his shroud. So, you know, here he is still having a terrible time. But look at the language he uses, les vagues monstres de l'invisible. It's that language of mythology and fate again. They are the monsters of the invisible realm, and he cries out and nobody hears him. There's no one there. God's not there. That echoes the episodes in Les Contemplations, particularly à Viquier, where Hugo cries out in grief for his lost, drowned daughter and rages about the fact that there's no cry back from God. God is silent. God doesn't care. I think that's part of this passage. But what Hugo also catches is that terror of infinity and the way in which it's experienced by an individual who is desperate. That calling out for help, whether in a sort of physical crisis like drowning, or a moral crisis, or that, in some ways, an even worse version of this is somebody slipping into poverty who keeps asking for help. Really, no one cares. There's no help to be had. You're on your own. And it's that terror of absolute loneliness in a world that does not make sense that Hugo catches he cries out, is there someone there? Quelqu'un, quelqu'un, il appelle toujours, rien, rien à l'horizon, rien au ciel. And, you know, having heard nothing from the humans, nothing from God, he then cries out for help to all the elements of nature, the expanse of the ocean, the waves, seaweed, the reefs. There's nothing. Cela est sourd. And in the end, God help him, he actually starts crying out for help to the storm, and yet the storm is in the power of infinities and the power of the gods of fate. La tempête imperturbable n'obéit qu'à l'infini. It only obeys infinity. So he embodies, he takes in as part of his being this horror, ennui, l'horreur, and terrible weariness, la fatigue, sous lui, la chute, that fall. And that term, la chute, is a very loaded, powerful term within Les Misérables. It refers to the fall of man in the Bible. It refers to the fall into poverty, particularly of Fantine. Fantine is a fallen woman. She loses her virtue through poverty. It's an extremely resonant and loaded term. Of all of Les Misérables is full of these heights and depths, abîme, escarpement, chute, descente, are words that we come across over and over again. The abyss, the cliff face, the precipice, the fall, the descent. And he clings to hope, and there's nothing. So, you know, Hugo goes through the list of entities that fail: the wind, the clouds, the tourbillon, the blasts of air, the souffle, and the étoile inutile, these useless stars, which is a very poignant image, because starlight in Les Misérables is such a powerful and omnipresent force. And towards the end of the passage, he makes it clear that the ocean is a metaphor of poverty, of an unequal society. And he asks us to look at what we are doing to the people caught up in this wave of injustice. The marche implacable des sociétés humaines. Who are we losing along the way? This ocean that sort of welcomes those whom the law has failed, and that absolute absence of help. It's a moral death, and it's not just the moral death of those who are its victims, it's a moral death of a society that allows people to suffer in that way. So the ocean is that inexorable night created by society into which we cast those whom we don't want to help any longer. The ocean is an immense expanse of poverty. People die in it, and who is there to bring them back to life? And I just want to think a little bit about the episodes that sort of within Les Misérables that have their echoes within that passage. So when the bishop tells Jean Valjean that he's bought his soul with silver, you know, Jean Valjean bucks a bit at this. He's not too thrilled to have that agency taken away from him and for someone to be making these decisions on his behalf. He has to make the choice himself to give his soul over to the good. So he leaves the bishop, and then he comes across the little sweep, Petit Gervais, who drops his coin. Jean Valjean bullies him. He puts his foot over the coin, refuses to move it. When the kid asks him for it, he shouts at him, terrifies the child, and the child runs away. And then Jean Valjean looks at himself properly for the first time since leaving prison, and thinks, what the hell have I made of myself, that I would bully and steal from a small boy like that? And that is where he breaks down and he weeps on the mountainside, and he calls out, he keeps calling out for Petit Gervais, and there's no answer. That's his answer, that, you know, he's on his own. He's got to make sense of his life going forward on his own. So you've got his cries fading away in the mist. They don't even create their own echo. There's just this absolute silence and this absolute emptiness when he's calling out for help, just as there is in the ocean, where everything around the drowning man is deaf and silent. It's that terror of being in a vast expanse and there's no one to respond to you, no one to look at you, and no one to interact with you, which is one of the ways in which we find out sort of that we're human. That's what tells us that we're human, and that's what's missing for so many people. So he goes into this collapse, this destruction of himself as Jean Valjean the convict, and that is where his Damascus moment comes in. He weeps for the first time in 20 years, wails and acknowledges, "Je suis un misérable." But you know, the ocean passage is a passage that's rich with references to other works as well. And Hugo's always looking to the future. I was quite struck in this image of the ship sailing by, not caring at all about the drowning man, and how resonant it was with Bruegel's depiction of the fall of Icarus, this extraordinary painting in which a boy falls out of the sky, drowns in the sea, and the whole world just carries on as if nothing's happened. The ship sails on, the ploughman continues to plough his fields, and of course Auden helped to make the painting famous through his poem Musée des Beaux-Arts, which marvels at the way in which a human life can implode, can fall to pieces, and the world just continues around it. In Bruegel's Icarus, for instance, how everything turns away quite leisurely from the disaster. The ploughman may have heard the splash, the forsaken cry, but for him it wasn't an important failure. The sun shone as it had to on the white legs disappearing into the green water, and the expensive, delicate ship that must have seen something amazing, a boy falling out of the sky, had somewhere to get to, and sailed calmly on. And I also want to think about the fact that Hugo keeps going back to infinity in that passage of the wave and the shadow. He's got the infinity of the sky, the infinity of the wave. And of course, he tells us that the main character of Les Misérables is not Jean Valjean. It's not God. It's infinity. Ce livre est un drame où le premier personnage est l'infini, l'homme est le second. And it's through plumbing infinity in literary terms that Hugo inscribes Les Miserables into the lineage of epic works that he wants to join. He tells us about this. He says, you know, if you were to write a book about the human conscience, even if it were only about a single individual, you would blend all epics into one single epic that was superior and definitive, which is quite a literary claim. So what he's doing here is saying to us, I am writing myself into this literary heritage of Homer, Virgil, Ovid, Dante, and Milton, and my epic is going to be the epic that is supérieure et définitive. So he actually creates an endpoint for epic within Les Miserables. And so he says you've got everything going on in a human conscience. You know, that's where we find our monsters. You know, that's where we find the desires and the ambitions that drive a human life. You've got the furnace, the melting point of dreams and the caverns of those ideas that we're most ashamed of, the caves where we find the very worst aspects of our lives. It's a pandemonium and it's a battlefield of passions. And now he names the people that he says he's joining. So you've got, you know, in a human conscience, you've got the battle of titans, as you might have in Homer. You've got dragons and hydras and clusters of ghosts, as you've got in Milton, and you've got those visionary spirals, as you've got in Dante. And that naming of his predecessors at this point where he says, I'm writing the epic of Jean Valjean, a single individual with this conscience. It's his literary, metaphorical meeting of poets, which echoes the point in Dante's Inferno, where Dante meets the ghosts of all the poets with whom he's engaging, and whose group he wants to join. So here's an image of Dante meeting Homer, Virgil, Ovid, and Horace in the underworld. And that's Dante's way of saying, I'm going to be one of you. And it matches this moment in Les Miserables when Hugo names Milton, Dante, and Homer. And there's a whole thing to be written about the choices that he makes. He doesn't actually mention Virgil and Ovid. He likes Virgil, he thinks he's a second-rate poet. And he absolutely hates Ovid and won't mention him at all in Les Miserables, even though actually Les Miserables is a very Ovidian work. And the ocean is an epic trope. It's one of the images that epic writers use over and over again, not just to make their own works vivid, but as a way of saying, look, here I am using the same imagery that links me to my predecessors in the epic tradition. So here we see Virgil's image of the ocean. And just look at the way in which he compares the power behind the ocean to a battle, because the ocean becomes an important metaphor for the battlefield, which we'll come on to. So like a battle charge, the winds pour out, they spiral through the world. The east and south gales and the massive whirlwinds from Africa swoop down, uproot the sea, and send enormous billows rolling shoreward, The men begin to shout, the ropes to squeal. Sudden clouds snatch away the daylight sky from Trojan sight. Black night roosts on the sea. Heaven resounds and fires dance in its heights. The world becomes a threat of instant death. And Homer shows us this image from the battlefield. So he's not actually, describing the ocean here. He's actually describing the location of war. So as a heavy surf assaults some roaring coast, piling breaker on breaker, whipped by the west wind and out on the open sea, a crest first rears its head, then pounds down on the shore with hoarse, rumbling thunder, and in come more shouldering crests arching up and breaking against some rocky spit, exploding salt foam to the skies. So wave on wave they came, Achaean battalions ceaseless, surging on to war. And Hugo, in the Waterloo episode, again inscribes himself into this epic tradition because he uses the ocean as an image of the battle lines. So he says that the line of battle floats and undulates like a thread. The streams of blood flow without any rhyme or reason, and there you can see the front of the battle lines shimmering, but he uses that verb ondoyer, which is linked to onde, which is the word for wave. And later he also says that when you look at the battlefield at Waterloo, it seems as if somehow you've got these two serpents coming over the crest of the plateau. Cela traverse la bataille comme un prodige. Again, we're in that world of mythology, and the imagery of the two serpents, I think, looks back to the Aeneid and the figure of Laocoon, who realizes that there's trouble on the way because he sees the two serpents coming in from the sea, and understands this as a warning sent by the gods. So we're told in Book 2 of the Aeneid that Laocoon, the chosen priest of Neptune, was at the altar slaughtering a large bull when over the calm sea from Tenedos came two huge snakes. Even now I shake. Breasting the waters paired, they sought the beach. They reared among the waves, their blood-red crests towering, while their bellies trailed the surface. Their backs were flowing in enormous spirals. The salt foam roared. And, further in, but further in that Waterloo episode, again, Hugo employs that imagery of the ocean that links him to Homer, to Virgil, also actually to Milton, and points out that an army that falls apart is like a melting of the ocean. Everything fails, everything gives way, cracks, floats, rolls around, hurtles against each other, is caught up and rushed forward, this désagrégation inouïe. And whenever you get words like inouï, something that's never been seen or never been heard of before, you can be sure that Hugo is saying, don't forget that my épopée, my epic, is the supérieure and définitive. I'm telling you things that have never been seen. The squadrons and the battalions break against each other and get dispersed as if on the waters of some huge expanse of ocean. They are the flotsam, the enormous expanse of scum, of flotsam on the waves. And I just want to look back now to what Hugo says in his philosophical work, Océan, about the importance of the ocean to him. It's a place of solitude, it's a place of meditation, and it's a place that drags him towards the dazzling ghosts of infinity, which I think also has resonance with L'Onde et l'Ombre, that passage in Les Misérables. And he says, you know, you may be seeing that hideout tomorrow, I think, in your tour of Oakville House. But there he is, standing sometimes for whole nights on end, gazing at the ocean from that height in his house. And as high as he is, he's nevertheless en présence de l'abîme. He's accompanied by the abyss. And it's as if he's suffused with divinity. You can understand how this place was the inspiration for somebody to write the Bible of the 19th century. And while it drags him down into the abyss, which is the abyss of human suffering, I think, it nevertheless encourages him to reach for the stars. He reaches the point, he says, j'en arrive à m'écrier désastre, désastre, désastre. And I spent a lot of time thinking about the way in which the ocean carries Hugo back in time, carries him back 2,000 years to the beginning of the epic tradition. But of course, Les Misérables is a book that is balanced between past and future. It's a book that looks to the future as well. And Hugo knew that that would always be the case. He says in the preface, for as long as these problems persist in the world, and he kind of knows that they always will, you've got that biblical idea that the poor are always with us, his book will be relevant. And so if we look to the future, there's a terrible and tragic poignancy, I think, in the fact that the very body of water over which Hugo gazes while writing Les Misérables has become the tomb of so many refugees fleeing poverty, hoping to make a life, a better life for themselves in a different country. And of course, the whole of Les Misérables ends with the cycles of misery set to continue when Thénardier sails away over the ocean in order to set himself up as a slave trader and to continue that bartering of human flesh that is behind so much of the anguish of Les Misérables. And I will leave it there, I think. I think that's my allotted time. Thank you. I can, Roy. I'm sending you a wave.
Indeed, like all our speakers, you're over-enthused with the objective, and we've run out of time, I'm afraid, for questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, but you've given us a great deal to think about, and so thank you very much indeed for participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here, even if only virtually.
Quick 5-minute break till past, so that you can get your coffees and things in, and you can also give your name to Hugh if you're coming to Sunday lunch, and if you want to be at Hopeville House on Monday morning. Okay, and we'll get ready. No, no,
People can. Yes, because we have it in the.
it should. I don't know what's happening there. It's lost contact. Right. We'll get his picture back in a moment. I think it was probably too good an idea to open that door. It's okay. It's the only falling down we expect with our idea for a Victor Hugo Centre.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, is it? Right. Right from the start, the Victor Hugo and Guernsey Society, of course, made contact with Place des Vosges and Hopeville House. Right from the start, we had fantastic support and cooperation from the director, Gérard Olinet. He has put himself out at every corner to help us to make everything work better for us. And so it's with great pleasure that I ask Gérard to say a few words on this occasion. Not only a few words, but a lot of slides. So good luck.
Yes, thank you. Because it's
more or less up.
it doesn't
So
work.
we'll just get it running. Hang on.
What? It's a bad day of problems. Bingo, yes. So, originally, Victor Hugo did not know how to draw sea. Also, his first trips with Juliet from 1834 to 1836 took him several times to the seaside. The sketches, which is covered his notebook with, ignore the sea superbly. It is true that the writer gave as a pretext to this escapade the need for documentation, for a novel to be written, which he will never write, the subject of which should have been the castle after the cathedral for Notre Dame de Paris. And he is more interested in architecture, and when he's at the edge of the ocean, it is natural architecture, if we can say, that he looked at. For instance, the dolmen of Carnac, he wrote Carnac with a K, not me, but Victor Hugo, in Brittany, when the sea is normally at the horizon of this dolmen. Whether the cliffs of Etretat, where he just draws a cliff and not really the sea, or those of Fécamp, also, is always attracted to design the minerality of the landscape and not the waves. This may seem all more surprising, since a traveler with a family father, seems very enthusiastic to going to the sea. In a letter to Leopoldine, a letter to his wife, he said to Leopoldine that tomorrow I will see the sea. It seems very exciting. And also he wrote very important letters or texts regarding the oceans. But a few drawings. Whenever in the same pages of the sketchbook, he may wrote some notes on the ocean, and specifically focusing on the waves on the stone at the seashore. In 1837, when he returned from Belgium along the Côte d'Opale in the north of France, the sea became a little more present, but not really for its own sake. It is rather the theme of the bank, of the shore, which seems to be his main as subject. And this theme of the bank is very common in Victor Hugo's drawing at that time, and even before. The drawing from Étaples, for instance, is an in-between, because it is in fact an estuary, which is half a river and half the sea with the tide, which is sensitive to. Unrad is more a seascape with boats. Oh, sorry. In 1843, during his trip to Spanish Basque country, Hugo and Juliet stay in Pasajes, on the stretch of sea that separate the small town from San Sebastian. Here again, the sea is equivalent to a river, but as in 1837 drawings that we have seen, what makes the sea or signified it are the boats. We could find another example in drawings, which is undoubtedly one of the very first appearance of a true seascape. In the graphic production of Victor Hugo, in Mare Maleficus, with the Latin title, at the sea the mast make a cross. And thanks to a letter from Juliet Drouet, who gently makes fun of it, we can date it from May 1847. And this drawing is interesting, first of all, because of this date. Because 47 is, in my opinion, the decisive years in which Victor Hugo reached his full maturity and identity as a draughtsman. He implements techniques that allow him to... Where is my picture? He implements a technique that allows him to render the poetic or dramatic feeling that he wants to express. Furthermore, drawing become a mental things, which refer to memory or imagination rather than a motive, and the drawings become, in a way, the equivalent of a poem. By the way, this is the subject I'll treat in my text for the catalogue of the exhibition at the Royal Academy next year. That is, Sarah is preparing. And so I don't tell more about that year. You will have to read the catalogue and to see the exhibition. That will be an occasion to have a weekend in London. This is a case here, a new technique which covers the entire sheet with a mixture of charcoal and ink, and a subject which does not require immediate observation. We can also wonder that the subject of the drawing, we can also wonder what the subject of the drawing really is. The sea is melted into the wash. We cover all the surfaces, mixed with the sky. The rock at the left defines quite a bank also, which could be easily seen as a river bank. Once again, it is a boat that makes the sea here. But here it is also the Latin inscription, which is perhaps the real motive of the drawings. We know that from the poet Théophile Gautier that Victor Hugo apartment, Rue de la Tour d'Auvergne, was decorated with several drawings with such inscription. We have the impression that Hugo is trying to experiment, to work, to perfect the literary or poetic aspect of his drawing. One might expect that the period of exile of Guernsey Brooke to go back to the seaside and make him live on the beach at Marine Terrace will give rise to marine drawing. But it seems that it was rather the atmosphere and the sky that caught Victor Hugo's attention. In the Cavalier view of Marine Terrace that you see here, the sea is only a reflection of the radiant sky, so characteristic of the Jersey period. Maybe this is the beginning of this sexual affair between the sea and sky Bradley talked about yesterday. In Souvenir d'Anvers, which evoke his departure from Belgium to reach Jersey, the sea only occupies the lower part of the drawing, as always flat and calm. Also, the sea brings the light. All the attention is focused on the silhouette of the city and the radiant sky here. In Port de la Manche, which is also a memory of the trip of 36 with, where the painter Célestin Nanteuil, whom the drawing is addressed, accompanied the lovers. The sea is only suggested once again by the boats. Finally, what is catching Hugo's attention, his uncertain light and the atmosphere shrouded in humidity. The more imaginary than real view of the Roselle Dolmen, now under the title of La Bouche d'Ombre after the poem, which is a continuation of the spiritualist episode in Jersey, makes in the place of the revelation, which makes the place of the revelation of the afterlife, offers us what we didn't have in Karnak. We have a dolmen, but with the sea filling the horizon. The treatment is more thorough than usual. It rises into the horizon and gains autonomy. Even it remains dependent on boats. But above all, in this drawing, we see the appearance of a technique which, also simple, will play an important role in the representation of the sea. This is the use of the barb of the pen, which Hugo already used, but which now takes more importance. On those pens which are used to write Les Misérables, we see how the feathers were then usually prepared. The web was cut very close to the spine and such as to have a short beard. These are what Victor Hugo used to rub the ink on the sheet and obtain an effect, as you have two examples on the bottom. It seems that drawing always evolved for Victor Hugo by a double push, and there's a combined effect of a new crystallization of the imagination and a new technique of the use of the new use of a technique, allowing him to translate the crystallization. It is really with the arrival in Guernsey and the ocean takes off, if we can say, in the graphic work of Victor Hugo. It is at this moment that we observe this new crystallization of the imagination with the ship delivered to the waves and which becomes the image of destiny. We find the first version with this drawing with the effect title Disabled Ship in the Storm, but it's accompanied by an inscription to to Paul Morris, which provides a key of the. In fact, it is talking of destiny. We can wonder if this vision of his destiny was not suggested to Victor Hugo by the crossing from Jersey to Guernsey, following his expulsion, as he noted in his diary. He insists, heavy seas, rain, gust, Jersey rock, then cloud, then shadow, then nothing, difficult approach, huge waves. It's an hard way to a new step of the exile, and so the comparison with his destiny. Of course, the most famous version is this one in the following year, best with the exact mention of my destiny, where the dramatic effect is accentuated by a disproportionate waves, which lift the ship with which a small disappears between the shadow and the effect of foam created by white spit gouache, and process that will be that he willingly use in shipwreck scene. With his curved shape, as is twisted, the ship follows a destructive ways. Here Hugo returns a very graphic treatment, drawing the wave with lines in scratch writing, as if it has to signify its violence. Let us also note that this association of the sea and destiny is quite ancient. We find it expressed in the travel diary of 1835. This is a quotation I put on. The idea has to wait for more than 20 years to be expressible graphically. We often observe in Hugo the permanence of ideas and their resurgences at long intervals in different forms or techniques. The same theme reactivated by the treatment that Victor Hugo seemed the theme seemed reactivated by the steamers that Victor Hugo sees in the port of St. Peter, or that he was able to take to travel. That is why I put images of Venus, a ship from Jersey, and drawing a trauma à vapeur really looks like the Venus. But another point of crystallization of his imagination present in his drawing is the storm and shipwreck. Storm and shipwrecks are clichés of the Romanticism. But for Hugo, the Channel Islands have made this cliché a thing, a known thing, a very real thing. News that he notes in his diaries, even if he also gives them a literary existence. So it is with this meeting at the sea, when he returned from his summer travel in October 26, 1864, which corresponds to a note in his diary, when he's traveling on the Aquila. That is a boat I represent. And they cross a destroyed ship with everyone has disappeared, as he noted in his diary. Despite the appearance, it's not certain that it is a real scene thing for this worried woman waiting for her husband returning to port in St. Sampson. Because at this date, December 29, 64, there's no note in Victor Hugo's diary, but we have a letter by Juliet, which I will not reproach his author in any way, while we each retain our regrets for this beautiful opportunity for a walk missed or a very beautiful day. What seemed to tell us that everyone stayed at home and that the weather was nice and not this weather, as we see. So this is maybe only an imaginary drawing by Victor Hugo. We just note this is the contrast of the treatment with the very graphic quay and the wash, which is mixed in, as always, the sea and the skies. Maybe it's more a true vision with this drawing, noted seen from my lookout, Hauteville House, on January 13, 65. Whenever we don't have a note in his diary. And obviously, it's not the angle of view that you can have from the lookout in Hauteville House, so it is a recomposition, obviously. Mainly, if we compare with an older drawing made in Jersey, these images on the right, where we saw some ships in perdition. It was in September 54, and the rain and storm. And you know that the technique is very different. It's a very fast lavish on the right, which is really a notation, like you write a note in your diary. It is not the elaborate drawings that you have on the left. The ship, isolated on the sea, become a symbol of destiny, is also a symbol of exile, as we see in this drawing offered to Paul Morris. It is the one on the left, to be inserted as a frontispiece for his copy of Contemplation. It is a quasi-identical identification of exile and destiny. The cheap destiny will become, by excellence, La Durande, that we have on the right, which is inserted in a copy of The Toilers of the Sea. And The Toilers of the Sea is a book of destiny, from the bad tricks that the destiny plays to Clubin by misguiding him into the fog and throwing him into the tentacles of the octopus, to Juliet in his failure in love despite his Promethean struggle against destiny, linked to the unleashed element. As we have already seen in the drawing of 37 and 43, it is a boat that makes the scene. But this time, when isolated in the open sea, it takes on its autonomy, becomes a central element, equal with the ocean, in struggle with it. This is because in The Toilers of the Sea, the action will revolve around the shipwreck and the rescue of the Durande, or at least his machinery. It is a struggle between water and steam that Hugo depicts. No doubt he's fascinated by the steamers that he sees. And it is one of the very rare motifs of modernity in Victor Hugo's drawings. So it was a contemporary motif in Victor Hugo's drawing, in fact. Here with a drawing avant trop court, top is too short. which point an error in his own drawing. It is the same workmanship that we observe in the drawing from Jersey, which correspond to a visual study, while the drawing on the manuscript transfer an elaboration and a staging despite his sketch appearance. If we compare with the one on the right. Hugo established a dramatic but balanced relationship between the ship and the element. Drawing from the manuscript, they are quoted BNF and for National Library in France. This drawing of the manuscript on the left has been read as a ship in the fog. Yes, which also it is a sailboat, referred to the sinking of the Durande. The drawing of Victor Hugo house on the right could more accurately pass for an illustration of the Durande running to his doom in the mist. It is important to point out that Hugo revolves around its object with multiple variation and works in a serial manner. Around Toilers of the Sea gravitates a whole group of drawings whose relationship with the novel are diverse. Sketches appearing on his first notes, probably not for the problem, sometimes very old. I think there's a problem. Yes, that was a good slide, sorry. Probably not for the novel from the very first genesis of the actual writing, or drawing that the subject is iconographically obvious and specified by the inscription, links to the novel. The drawings that Victor Hugo inserted in his manuscript. Other drawings that could be called floating, remaining outside of the manuscript or without title, indicated, but whose iconography could relate to the novel. Finally, marine drawings not necessarily offering an explicit link with the novel, but which must nevertheless be mentioned because some will be integrated undoubtedly by Paul Maurice in the album Méole, Dessins de Victor Hugo, The Toilers of the Sea, with this mention in his notice. The other marines of Victor Hugo had the sketch for which the ocean, the friend of his exile, posed 18 years in front of him. In terms of drawing, Hugo does not oblige itself to any rigor or rigidity, because in the last two categories, we have drawings in the manuscript or shipwreck, for example, which do not correspond to the text of the and are independent sheet, drawing which can very well relate it to the novel. In this category, we have two leaves here, which correspond. On the left, one would belong to the which were stuffed in Victor Hugo's copy of the original edition of the Toilers of the Sea, but would belong to the bibliophile Léon Barthou, and he bent in the manuscript this drawing, which is a description of the Saint-Ouen Bay in Jersey with a rock description, which seems to fascinate Victor Hugo, and maybe is a first idea for the Rocher d'Ouvre, which we have, and it is certainly one of the first visualization by Victor Hugo of the Douvre Reef in this couple of snots, which, as the inscription Clubin, could not droop. It was indeed the Dover rocks, which sounds like a statement of inevitability. In the same copy was bound this astonishing drawing and mysterious, which has been read in different ways. First, people saw a sea monster, but we rather see now a seascape with a rock. Could be an elementary vision also of the Rocher d'Ouvre. Shipwreck is a theme that, as we said, has long fascinated Victor Hugo. It belonged to the Romantic repertoire, both in poetry and painting. And it is subject of several poems by Victor Hugo in the 40s, such as Océano Nox or in Les Rayons et les Ombres. But in punishment, Châtiment, which is written in Jersey, and specifically the poem 9 of Book 7, dated Jersey, April 1853. It translates a more internalized vision and more personal experience of shipwrecks, insert dialogues, and an apostrophe to God, during all the very long texts that I quoted here. And this is also an experiment of experimental poetry, because Victor Hugo's text is translated by Google Trad. In the manuscript, we found this drawing on left, to which was given the title Shipwreck, or more cautiously, three mast. It has been proposed to see there because of its place in his manuscript. The three-mast Tamaulipas, which carry around 10 away. The relation with the text remained tenuous. It is interesting to compare it to another drawing in the manuscript on the right, of a dismantled ship lifted by dark waves. Here too, there is no direct relationship with the text. From one drawing to another, Hugo seems to explore all the variation of shipwreck in different phases. Once again, his graphic work progresses in serial way according to variation of theme. This drawing from the Maison de Victor Hugo, simply titled Marines, gives us an example of such variation of the same shipwreck. Example of Victor Hugo's rehashing in his drawing, as if he was trying to exhaust all the possibilities of an image that obsesses his imagination. Vision Boat is also a perfect example of the non-explicit relationship between certain drawings in the manuscript and the text. This ship sinking in the storm hardly correspond to the text of the novel. It was considered as the Durand crew being saved by the Kashmir. However, this boat do not appear to be a rowboat on which the crew is refuged. It it has also been considered as a variant of My Destiny, after the connection that made some Hugolian, Roger Parot and also Pierre Georgel, with the prologue of the novel, which insists on a triple ananke destiny, wait on us. The ananke of dogmas, the ananke of laws, the ananke of things. In Notre Dame de Paris, the author denounced the first. In Les Miserables, he pointed out the second. In this book, he indicated the third. In his manuscript, he placed a drawing, the cormorant, also called seagull flying over the sea. Seagulls are very present on the Dover rocks near Gilliatt. But when he resumed and completed Les Miserables, Victor Hugo added in the first part the new passage that Fiona told just before, the wave and the shadow. And he makes the shipwrecks of a social metaphor. And a sentence of the text, there are birds in the clouds, just as these are angels above human distress. And maybe we can make a relation between this idea and this drawing, these two drawings. One was in the manuscript, and on the right, the small one, was offered by Victor Hugo to François Chifflat in 1868, the drawer who made the first illustration of the Toilers of the Sea. The Man Who Loaf, however, opening with the long and remarkable story of the sinking of the Campeche coast, presents a paradoxical case of relation between text and drawing. In chapter 11, book 2, of the first part, Les Casquets, Hugo makes an introductory digression comparing the lighthouse of the 19th century, that of the 17th century, and the more primitive type, which is that of the casquet, as he imagined it, not as he is in real. He didn't see it at the time. The architectural consideration are minor in the economy of the novel, and in any case, as far as the Eddystone Lighthouse is concerned. Paradoxically, they provide the pretext of three major drawings by Victor Hugo. In fact, this text, which has not real great importance in the novel, give us three major drawings by the size and by their importance as masterworks. Both it seems of the quality and the size, two of which are kept in the Maison de Victor Hugo. The third one is a private collection. The traditional relationship of the illustration is reversed. Here again, it is therefore a point of crystallization of the imagination of the poet, designer, who demands or requires to be explored through drawing. Furthermore, the sea itself occupies only a minimal part of the representation, partly at the base of the or on either side of the lighthouse, hastily brushed by the beard of the pen. It brings just the elements of meaning which isolated the architecture, which signifies destiny. Hugo indeed concludes the description of Les Casquets lighthouse with a formula that was quite clever. He is the candle of the tomb, and he reversed the meaning of the lighthouse with, instead of avoiding danger and saving you, announce to you the place where you will perish. It is still and always the obsession with shipwreck as a sign of destiny. The hypothesis on which I'm more and more working when I speak of 1847 as decisive years for Victor Hugo's drawing is that at the time I think that quite every creation for Victor Hugo is done after the model of contemplation, what he calls the memory of a soul. All the impression, all the memories, all the realities, all the vague phantoms, smiling or solemn, that the conscience can retain. All that is stored in Victor Hugo's soul, and from which he will draw what he will work out, or writing, or by drawing, or both. It is indeed the case with the few themes of drawing to the sea that we explore. But it's true that after this, after these two major drawings related to the man who loaf, he has told all what he has to tell with the drawing regarding the ocean, and we will not find any more major drawing in Victor Hugo's creation on the ocean after this this final drawing. Thank you for your attention.
Although we're running over time, perhaps if you'd like to wait there, Gerard, if there's anybody with a question. I think that Gerard is in a unique position to look at the whole broad spectrum of Hugo's artworks. He's made a study of it, we know that. He's regarded as an expert on it, but being between the private collection, well, not private anymore, but the Paris collection, and the collections at the Bibliothèque Nationale. He's brought together those in, first of all, in his book Dessin, which I should have brought with me, but I'd have needed a larger car. quite a big book. But you produced a second book, I think, haven't you?
I'm supposed to do a second book about the decoration.
Yes, about the decoration. And that's the painting on the walls that he did, which you have at Place des Vosges, the decoration of a 20 Hauteville, and the decoration, of course, in Hauteville House.
And also decoration which we have in the museum now.
So it was very interesting to see how it evolved. But you need to do another lecture now to follow this up and how it transferred into decoration. We'll have you back next year. Right, thank you very much. Right, I'll change the picture. If you want to refresh your coffee or tea, do so now, and we'll have the next speaker. Gwenelle has been working with Florence on the 22,000 letters. These two ladies have to have our admiration for trying to sort out somebody who spent a lifetime writing 3 letters a day and trying to work out how they relate and how they make history. And I think the first time you came to speak to us, Florence, you didn't have a helper in that line, and now you have Gwenelle, who is catching you up in knowledge on this subject. So you're going to talk to us about how Juliet talks about the ocean in her communications. So we look forward to that. Thank you for coming to speak to us.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. Very happy to be here today, and I will speak about Juliet Drouet. So, as you know, Juliet Drouet and Victor Hugo's love affair lasted 50 years, from 1833 to 1883. She followed him wherever he went, whether in France or in exile. After Louis Napoleon Bonaparte's coup d'etat on the 2nd of December 1851, Hugo's life was in danger, as you know, thanks to Juliet's quick-wittedness. He fled to Brussels, where she soon joined him with his trunk full of manuscripts. Their stay in Brussels lasted a few months, after which their exile began. First in Jersey, that charming but rainy country, and then from 1855 to 1870 to their dear little Guernsey. Almost 20 years of life on an island between land and sea. Hugo's fascination with the ocean was soon to be matched by Juliet's, echoed in her letters. For Hugo, as for Juliet, exile on an island meant, first of all, beyond cultural adaptation, a new territory with which they must become acquainted, a particular maritime space and geography. Juliet's letters thus present island life in its most concrete dimensions. She depicts her first encounter with the Channel Islands in 1852 in the form of an adventure story filled with unpleasant incidents and unexpected expenses. I took my courage in both hands this evening, my sweet beloved, to complete this blessed count of francs, sous, and shillings that I am dragging on railroads and steamers, on railways and steamboats, from Brussels to Jersey. But how is one to get one's bearings in this deluge of shillings for the port entrance, for the weight of luggage, for embarkation, for customs, for the boat, for this, for that, for nothing, for crooks of every rank and kind, for the administration and for the navy? This contradiction of my expenditure book with your information seems so extraordinary to me that I am completely dazed. Yeah. But as soon as her chaotic move was over, Juliet led a very simple and discreet life in Jersey as well as in Guernsey, going out very little and showing herself as seldom as possible with a great man. From then on, careful to choose sea view accommodations, she enjoyed observing, often with her spyglass to see better and further, what was going on beneath her windows, which she set up as a belvedere. She thus took pleasure in contemplating the scenes of island life, such as the small flotillas of fishermen lining the shore in Guernsey, or the harvesting of goemon in Jersey. Men, women, children, old people all hurry to fill their carts, their wheelbarrows, their baskets, their cabas. It's a harvester's and reaper's activity that lacks only a touch of French gaiety to be utterly charming. She writes, she also enjoyed watching every boat that thrust past her windows, its cigar in its mouth. The incessant, noisy comings and goings of steamboats and packets punctuated their daily lives and those of the islanders awaiting their mail and visitors. Victor Hugo, in particular, would always be expecting important news from his friends and relatives on the continent in order to continue his battles and maintain his influence. However, of all the things Juliet could observe from her windows, she found that the launching of new ships was the most entertaining, and she would describe the ceremonies taking place alongside the launching maneuvers, the crowning of bows with flowers, the repeated ovations and cheers from the crowd on the shore, the rigging. Juliet was also the privileged witness of events that would attract crowds and curious onlookers, the towing of beached and wrecked boats, which she used as an opportunity to show herself in mise en abîme process, watching the crowd, watching a ship vanquished by the ocean. For example, on the occasion of the sinking of the merchant ship Louise, a large sloop grounded in the port of Dielet in 1872, whose crew was fortunately rescued. At low tide, she noted the public's fascination with maritime disasters in Guernsey. I have just been looking through my spyglass at the large ship towered into the harbor yesterday. One can judge the interest that these accidents inspired to sailors by the half motionless and half steering crowd watching this poor ship lost at sea. Moreover, she shared this fascination with Hugo, so that even when she had not attended the event herself, she would sometimes act as an improvised news reporter in her letters to him, knowing full well that he recorded everything in his notebooks and diaries and drew inspiration from these notes for his works and his drawings. For example, in 1873, the Gazette, Juliet, informed its readership, Hugo, of the sinking and rescue of the Waverley, a steamer sailing from Southampton to Guernsey. Once again, she mocks the curiosity and the idleness of certain islanders. Later on, around noon, Go came to tell me that between St. Peter Port and St. Sampson, a packet was in sight in distress on a rock, and at the same time, very close by, another packet rescuing it. I sent Suzanne to tell you right away, thinking that this could not fail to interest you, as the rescue of a ship full of passengers is always very perilous. I'm told they have succeeded completely, and that they even hope to save the boat, which was pinned on a rock at high tide. These details were given to me by the citoyen Gore, who makes a point of seeking out the news des Visu and des Auditu, and his strolling comrades, who were the first to point out the distress flag. Furthermore, Juliet sometimes enjoyed spending long hours contemplating the boundless horizon. While in Guernsey, for instance, from Hauteville Ferry, which Hugo called a seabird's nest with immensity as its horizon, she would observe the blazing sunrises and indulge in reverie. The overcast weather on Guernsey at the moment shines charmingly on Sark. It is pretty and grand appearance makes it look like a fairy island from this distance. Here she echoes an expression that Hugo has used in 1852 as he first saw the island, a sort of fairy castle. As Juliet was an early riser, she would also regularly mention the cannon shot fired from Castle Cornet every morning at sunrise between 6 and 7. In 1865, she coined a highly original expression to greet Hugo, referring to this cannon shot. Boom, jour. This is the way the sun makes its entrance in this country. I answer it with the formula, do come in while I finish reading the scribbling of that other son of mine. Victor Hugo was to reuse this lovely phrase directly in the Toilers of the Sea. Finally, Juliet's favorite site from what she called in Guernsey a lookout, with a highly variable spelling. At La Fallue, then at Hauteville Ferry, was Hugo's house, Hauteville House. For example, she would wait for him to hang a white handkerchief on his balcony, the torchon radieux, or radiant rag. The expression is found in Choses écrites à Créteil, to let her know he's awake, and was delighted in communicating with him from a distance. She would amuse herself by tracking to attract his attention and spying on him. A pleasure not entirely guilty, since she was allowed to do so, and which was sometimes also an erotic moment when he performed his naked cold water ablutions every morning, wearing his big Adam uniform, she writes, on his balcony. Through her excursions and walks with a great man, Juliet also explored every nook and cranny of the island's geography, which Hugo echoed in his notebooks and diaries. Their favorite place in Jersey was the little port of Goree, where they liked to have lunch and where Hugo had at one time considered settling before renting a marine terrace near Saint-Hélier, the capital, as the request of the two Adèles who preferred a livelier atmosphere. This was hardly to Juliet's taste, as this letter shows. A plague on Saint-Hélier ciders that gave preference to the Havre Départ over Goree. It must be lovely at this time of year. The sea is full and the sun is shining like spring. Really, dear little Toto, you were weak not to resist the deluded infatuation your ladies had for the pleasures of the capital of Jersey. In Guernsey, as of 1857, their chasse aux vieux coffres, hunt for old chests, would take them all over the island, which they turned into a huge flea market, while Hugo fancied himself as a decorator or an architect. Right from the start, this passion inspired Juliet with this word in an analysis both humorous and prophetic of what Hauteville Ferry was to become. I am hideous, but you are infamous. I have a feel for bric-a-brac, you have a vice for it. I discreetly covet the smallest trinkets, you cynically demand the most exorbitant tripods. A day, perhaps not far off, will come when I will be overflowing with chests, tapestries, lacquers, screens, with or without feathers. On Hugo's initiative, they eventually adopted a custom of the islanders in Jersey, as in Guernsey, sea bathing at high tide. While Juliet would regularly indulge in this practice, she mostly discusses the competition between all the bathers in which Hugo took part to take as many baths as possible, and notes that he keeps a precise account of them recorded in his diaries. Juliet, however, was ambivalent about this habit. She was indeed well aware of the therapeutic benefits of what she called this good bath, in English in her letters, this drop of health, as it would cure rheumatism, sciatica, insomnia, lips, eyes, everything. Juliet nevertheless deplored the fact that Hugo would swim in all weathers, reproaching him for pushing the cult of sea bathing far beyond caution and reason. For she feared he would catch a cold or have an accident during his nautical bravado and his perilous swims, especially when the sea was rough. Thus, she resented his boasting and childishness. As for her, she would not bathe when she was feeling too unwell or when she was having a period. She would use it as an opportunity to, once again, mock, using a French expression, the lack of distractions on an island where the smallest incident was already an event. Here is something that will make you laugh. The British are landed. It's for the periods. General sea bathing block. This official piece of news can serve your first Jerseyan as a text for at least 8 days, which is nothing to sneeze at on an island, even with the war in the East, the revolution in Spain, and the barricades in Paris. Last but not least, unfortunately for Juliet, sea bathing was a mixed practice and was done scantily dressed. Naturally, her jealousy at this flood of a new kind, this overflown waterfall, was put to the test. For example, in Jersey, where Marine Terrace overlooks the long and busy Grève d'Azette. Hugo, whom she calls a libertine and a pig, would observe with his roguish eyes and often with his spyglass over his wall, the more or less shameless and cheeky lady bathers who had, according to Juliet, more buttocks than modesty, and nipples than chastity. On this island, too little wild. And so her humorous tone could hardly conceal her bitterness, as she described the phenomenon in flowery terms and puns, using maritime metaphors in a delightful fashion for today's reader. For instance, I have already scoured the beach with my eyes and searched the rocks with my spyglass to see if you're already at your observation post, or steering among the dabbling female tritons who were no more than the suit of a stingray. But I didn't catch sight of you. But while I can't see you with my eyes, I uncover you with my jealousy, which is just as well, and that's enough for me to wish you lots of old nudity, more or less rancid baits and more beardy chins than birdless buttocks. Now go on, drive your boat wherever you like, look at the back of every figure you come across. I don't give a toss. I no longer care for you. You see, my dear little bastard, I turn my back on your nautical pleasures, also as not to interfere with your aquatic investigations. Keep quiet, lest I really discover your fishy business. There results a very vaudevillian feel for the readers, imagining Juliet tracking Hugo with her spyglass, while he is himself trying to hide from her and tracking women on the beach with his own spyglass. As you can see, Juliet, who was as fond of jokes as Hugo, took the sea as her lexical playground and regularly proposed about all subjects, homophonics-related puns, revisited expressions, personifications, which are unfortunately very difficult to translate in English. The second aspect of the ocean in Juliet Drouet letters is its terrifying side. The sea is at once an enemy, a tyrant, a formidable obstacle, or danger. For her, the ocean was first of all synonymous with discomfort, as she bore sailing very badly, dreading the jolt of the sea, in her words, the resulting ferocious seasickness. So, even though she would always look forward to her trips with Hugo, she dreaded the crossings. Worrying days ahead and harping on her cowardice, she would dread the return journey just as much, remembering it weeks later with disgust and goosebumps. Here it is what she finally concluded. No matter how mild the weather or how merciful Mr. Ocean is inclined to be, I would rather be in my bed than on his back. No offense intended. But even more than a promise of discomfort, the sea ocean represented a danger for Juliet. This was the case, first of all, on a geopolitical level, with regard to territorial boundaries, as borders and customs were synonymous with potential arrests for Hugo, the proscribed, as well as those supporting him. Juliet tells of certain incidents, such as in Jersey in 1852, when the owner of Marine Terrace, Thomas Rose, a ship owner providing steamship links with Saint-Malo, was suspected by the imperial police of helping to bring copies of Napoleon le Petit to the French port. As Juliet is frightened at the thought of a poor, honest man being punished for his patriotism, this illustrates the anxiety that prevailed around the shipping lanes and the constant vigilance imposed on those who had fled or resisted in the early days of exile, especially. Another example, she received a letter from a friend advising Hugo to be extremely cautious in the face of Louis Napoleon Bonaparte's wrath. Juliet echoes the advice. You will also see that we are not without worries about your stay in Jersey and that we fear you going out to sea, where borders are very easy to cross and very difficult to prove. I fully agree with those who recommend caution, for it would be too stupid to fall prey to that filthy imperial swine. In short, better to be deprived of Alderney, Sark, and other casquettes than to be sent to rot below decks. Juliet was also well aware of the dangers of the weather threatening ships at sea, and those of the ocean polymorphous immensity and unpredictable power. She thus particularly dreaded shipwrecks due to the wind, storms, fogs, and reefs surrounding the islands. She worried about Hugo's family's regular comings and goings, about her own family, about the friends and guests of all kinds. But naturally, the main subject of her concerns was Hugo himself, whenever he took the sea. For example, one of his trips inspired her, after a political indignation, a poetic invocation in the following letter: "My heart will be your ship's compass, my breath, the wind that will drive it into port, my caresses and kisses, the soft roll that will cradle you during the outward and return journey of this perilous voyage." But Juliet would also show concern about strangers. Indeed, she was deeply affected in May 1858 by the sinking of the Penguin ship, which ran a mail service between Guernsey and Saint-Malo. While Hugo notes in his diary, "Crew and passengers all dead." Here is Juliet's distressed letter. "My dear beloved, the news of Tuesday's appalling catastrophe struck my heart like a violent blow of a hammer, driving my love even deeper, further than all perils, stronger than God's wrath. I felt that all the pains of those poor women's hearts, so abruptly and mercilessly mutilated in their family affections, were as many spikes holding your life to mine." Hugo himself was very affected by these misfortunes. Indeed, he opened a subscription for the widows and orphans of the Penguin disasters. From then on, during sea storms, Juliet would systematically think of the risks faced by sailors. "As for me, I hardly slept a wink. Such was the din of this tremendous storm that it filled my house and my heart with dread. I thought of the poor sailors in distress, and the wake of all their shipwrecks was leaving traces on my soul. My nerves are still so agitated that I can't hold my pen, and the words I'm writing hurt my head as if I were tearing them off piece by piece." Finally, for Juliet, island exile was not only an opportunity to rediscover a certain freedom close to nature in a simple, peaceful life, but Jersey, and especially Guernsey, in the middle of the ocean, became the privileged place for the fulfillment of her love with Victor Hugo. Juliet, like Hugo, recall she was from Brittany, was always fond of the beauty and of the greatness of nature, of which the ocean was, in her eyes, the most tumultuous representative. First of all, she loved hearing, in her words, the call of this great voice of the ocean in all its dimensions, the chant of sailors maneuvering their way out of the harbor, the joyful cries of gulls, the whistle of ships, and above all, the backwash and the tide mingling with one another in an uninterrupted, sometimes melodious, sometimes brutal symphony. The sea makes an incredible racket. Its voice seems to be competing with that of the hurricane. It's beautiful but also frightening when you think of the consequences of these formidable duets, she writes. She would also relish the admirable spectacle of the sea, its powerful and sublime beauty in all seasons, and the wildness of that brave ocean and its furious fury, at once beautiful and sinister, prodigious and terrible. These are her words. During the strongest storms, she would watch with reverent awe the sea entering through the palisades and throwing itself violently into them, or the waves which leap over the quay at the height of her window, finally penetrating and flooding her room. And here, what she concludes: "It's a sight you can't get enough of, whether lying down, sitting or standing up, under the stars, in the sun, or in the wind. As for me, if I had any sense, I wouldn't do anything else all day except watch this great sea rise and fall, so capricious and so varied in its monotony. Moreover, a keenness for nature's changes influenced her spirits, and she would often rely on the ocean as a metaphorical material, illustrating her state of mind, in particular when it came to describing all the aspects of her love affair. For instance, she was remarkably creative in varying amorous phrases. Here is a short anthology. Hello phrases. Hello in spite of wind and tide. Hello at sea or on land. Hello swimming coupe, breaststroke, backstroke, shark, fin drill, or rather walking with your feet or riding a seahorse. Loving qualifiers. My dear little seal, porpoise, triton, sea bass. Love formulas. I adore you under full sail. I love you overboard. My heart is always turned towards you like the needle towards the pole. Concluding words. I kiss you as many times as there are grains of sand on the grave desert and drops of water in the ocean. I kiss you to the port side and to starboard. I kiss you flying the flag. Juliet also drew parallels between the changes of the ocean and those of her feelings, depending on the state of their relationship. When she's happy, for example, I don't know if you're up and enjoying, as I am, this beautiful sea running in the sun with a soft, caressing sound like a prayer or like thanks. It's been a long time since I've seen it so calm and happy, seeing it so limpid, so soft and so graceful. One would really think that it was feeling the happiness of being penetrated and warmed by the sun, absolutely like when your gaze warms my soul. If I look outwards, I see the ocean, and if I look inwards, I see love and happiness everywhere. Conversely, when she's down, now all I hear is the wind and the moan of the rising tide. I am sad, worried, and unhappy. My heart is full of anguish and uncertainty. More generally, she closely connected the characteristics of the ocean to those of her love, writing, for instance, that the same tides of love bring the same floats of expression, the same waves of words, or that. Oops, sorry, I forgot to show this to you. This is the new one. I have in my heart another ocean even more immense than and as agitated as the one I am looking at from here. I love you, my Toto, even more than the sea is white, and my regrets towards the past are no less tumultuous than the foaming waves on the rock. Thus, even where they found themselves far apart, she would often think of the sea as an unbreakable link with Hugo, a continuity connecting them in a beautiful physical, sentimental, and intellectual communion. She tells of her happiness to watch the same great spectacle as him, to breathe his breath through that of the ocean, which always reminds her of her great man. As for me, I am going to listen to the furious ocean. It will be like hearing the echo of your great book, Napoléon le Petit. Finally, on their return to France, Juliet Drouet's feeling ran counter to the typical discourse of the exile returning home at last. Guernsey had become the homeland she longed for that it was there, in the middle of the ocean, that she could love Hugo as she saw fit, that she was most her own, since his family would regularly return to the mainland. In short, it was there that she was happiest. Every year, as of 1852, she would celebrate the 2nd of December, the day of their departure from France. Juliet would therefore always look forward to their trips back to Guernsey, that little oasis, their little lost paradise, this Eden of the sea, she writes, about which she would always remain nostalgic. Above all, she would long for her peaceful life, far from the hustle and bustle of big cities, and her healthy life. I am not, no, it's not this. okay. I am not accustomed to living locked in, as opposed to Guernsey's open ocean, which I would breathe deeply all year round. She would also miss the delightful safety they enjoyed when the great exile was physically and poetically invulnerable. In her letters, Guernsey thus turned, with particularly telling metaphors, into their lifeboat or their Noah's Ark, each time Hugo was under a new threat. In the end, for Juliet, Guernsey was also the place where her great man reached the acme of his talent and poetic mission. You stand taller and you shine brighter there than anywhere else. This rock is the Sinai of your genius, and the new tablets of the law he has written there will be more civilizing and do more good for mankind than all those of all the Moseses of the past. Hugo, too, was convinced of this, writing in a paradoxical tribute to Louis-Napoleon Bonaparte. More and more I found that exile is good. For the last 3 years, apart from the art, I have felt on the true summit of life. If only from this point of view, I should thank Mr. Bonaparte for proscribing me and God for electing me. I may die in exile, but I shall die in Christ. Incidentally, we find something similar in Juliet's own words. I am not one of those who quibble with His Imperial Highness the Prince President over his forthcoming accession and the length of his imperial reign, since I owe it to him to live a little closer to you amidst an admirable nature that pleases your spirit. So, to conclude, all in all, the island exile was a second life for Juliet Drouet and undoubtedly the cement of her relationship with Victor Hugo. Indeed, all the hardships faced by exiles, social exclusion, dispossession of property, destitution of rights, could scarcely affect her since she had experienced them before, and since her pecuniary mooring and loving anchor was Victor Hugo alone, to whom she had dedicated her existence. Then Juliet experienced 80 years of freedom and rebirth in the middle of the sea, out of time and space, in her little pocket homeland that his glory, she wrote to Hugo, made as wide as the whole world. But while the ocean in Hugo's eyes represented the indomitable immensity of his own genius, for Juliet, it measured up to her love and therefore to life itself. She could therefore have adopted the motto, engraved by Hugo above the dining room door at Hauteville House, Exilium vita est. But, however, we will leave the last word to her this time. Enfin, au petit bonheur, et vive la joie. Guernsey forever. Thank you.
We've got a few minutes. Ken is going to come and give Gérard Bouchin's presentation. But any questions for... No? No? No, I'm sorry. John. Oh, John has always got a question. John.
I didn't quite understand, but it was interesting. Juliet's satirical comedy reaction to the British tourists in Jersey and maybe Guernsey. Were they more prim than the Jersey people, or more rude, or were they just worrying the locals because they were kind of dominating the seaside?
Oh, sorry.
Block the British.
It was a long sentence, sorry. Oui, les touristes, tout ce que dit Juliette à propos de ça, oui.
En fait, c'était une expression idiomatique, quoi. Mais lui, il a cru que c'était, il
C'est pour les règles. Sorry, you're talking about the periods. No,
that as well. And also the joy that she thought the Jersey lacked the joy. The Jersey people she loved, but they lacked the joy of the French as well. That was a hint. But I
the
was
French
thinking
gaiety.
of the tourists, the British.
Yeah, but she doesn't talk about the tourists. It's
No.
always
The British are here and
The British are here.
Yeah.
and that's a very rude euphemism. It's a euphemism. It's just a euphemism for us all.
C'est pour les règles.
Non, non, ça n'a rien à voir avec la règle.
I think we probably got there.
I think
Sorry.
Right, well, thank you very much indeed.
Because it's not the uniform.
Right, Ken, can we have you with Gerard's presentation? Most certainly be watching this. I hate to put you off. Because everything is being streamed and it's coming through the other end. So, and as I say, he did specifically ask for the connection. So we'll see. Once again, Gerard Pouchin was one of the inspirers for our association. He's the man who puts together pictures every year so we can have an exhibition. He's the man who wrote the text for our guide to Guernsey and for the map that we produced. He wrote the story for the booklet we printed and produced on the Victor Hugo statue. He's an incredible supporter of us and we're very grateful to him. Hard luck that he's got to be in France for the election tomorrow, because I don't think he wanted the election. He was a bit like some of you here would rather not have had it. So there we are. So Ken was a man who spent much of his life sitting in the States of Guernsey, keeping very quiet, hardly saying anything, and learning everything. So he has, and he's been also a very great supporter of our society since we started it. And it's a great pleasure I introduce Ken, who's going to present Gerard Pouchin's talk. Thank you.
The various incarnations of Victor Hugo's pieuvre. This quote from The Toilers of the Sea is, of course, well known in Guernsey. This monster is the one sailors call the octopus, which science calls the cephalopod, and that legend calls the kraken. British seamen call it the devilfish. They also call it the bloodsucker. In the Channel Islands, they give it the name pieuvre. I'm not here to explain to the worthy representatives of the noble little people of the sea with me today all about the history of the word pieuvre. My comments are intended for those whom we call in Normandy Orsins, people who are not local to the region. According to the language experts from Guernsey and Jersey, the novelist has perhaps used a sort of metathesis, mixing the words pieuvre and pivre, which are used by the fishermen of Guernsey, or he borrowed the name pieuvre to refer to the octopus from the fishermen of the Bay of St. Juan in Jersey. Of course, as there are no linguistic boundaries in the open waves, he may equally well have heard the word pieuvre spoken here in Guernsey. On the other hand, we do know one thing, that the first occurrence of the word pieuvre from the hand of Victor Hugo is to be found on the first page of his notebook, in which he records his time on the island of Sark in May and June 1859. And it's up here. Une pieuvre, devilfish. These are his actual manuscript notes on his notebook. There's still a further surprise left for the reader at the end of the notebook. On page 154, we find the notes that Victor Hugo had without doubt written upon seeing a dead octopus on some Sark shore. Hydra, bloodshot eyes, 8 legs, innumerable suckers on the underside of each leg, like white pustules, a huge goiter upon its head, skin full of pustules and viscous, no mouth, the suckers feed it. When on its back it makes a star between the legs, membranous fins, and an additional note written across the page, the suckers come out in combat. During his visit to the island, Hugo must have witnessed the scene he would later include in the novel. Go to Sark, and they will show you near Brecu the crevice in a rock. And I'll just try and find the spot. Somewhere in the middle here. Allez à Cerc, there. Pull on from there. Would recount in his Victor Hugo in Guernsey this detail from the novelist himself. He watched while his son Charles, swimming one day near the island of Sark, was chased by an octopus of the same size as he describes. Now, not only did Hugo describe the pieuvre in minute detail, see the chapter entitled The Monster, in which the creature appears, I quote, as a masterpiece of horror, but he drew it too. Now, this is the best known of his depictions of the pieuvre, created around 1866 in brown ink, pen and wash, and placed in the manuscript of Toilers of the Sea a month and a half after its publication. It could easily be an illustration for the same chapter. Suddenly it opens up. 8 radials splay out abruptly from a face with 2 eyes. It's a kind of wheel unfurled, 4 or 5 feet in diameter, the blossoming of a terrifying flower. This is what launches itself at you. You will, of course, have noticed that the tentacles at the top of the drawing formed the novelist's initials. The second drawing, from 1866 to 1868, calls to mind this quotation from the Monster chapter. The pieuvre is yellowish below, mud-coloured above. The tints of dust are subtle and indescribable. It seems like a beast made of ash that lives in the sea. Now, this dates without doubt from the end of the period of exile. In Penance appear a drawing that depicts a dead pieuvre, and in addition, 2 of the poet's descendants would go on to draw pieuvres themselves. Jean Hugo, his great-grandson, and Marie, Jean's daughter, in as recently as 2022. Now, the novel was published on the 12th of May, 1866, in Paris and Brussels simultaneously. And in the days following, the newspapers were, according to François Victor in a letter to his father, unanimous in their praise. Your success is immense, universal. I've never seen such unanimity. The triumph of Les Misérables has been surpassed. On the 15th of March, Paul Maurice too gave the exile the news. Continued success. Today we'll probably reach the respectable total of 4,000 copies sold and in 3 days, that's neat. The next day, Hugo reported to his wife. Auguste writes to me and says, wonderful success. Verboekhoven writes, magnificent success. And in another letter to his wife, Hugo states, I'm receiving newspapers from all over and they are keen. For her part, in Guernsey, Juliet Drouet confided in her epistolary journal for the day, I'm going to make the most of my morning by reading more of the articles praising my beloved toilers. The word pieuvre and Gilliatt's fight against the monster with 250 suckers certainly played a part in the novel's success. The press coverage demonstrates this throughout. And a few extracts will confirm it. L'Événement, a newspaper with a popular readership, dedicates several articles to the pieuvre, which it calls a beast of a success and today's great sensation. On the 25th of March, the journalist Jules Richard exclaimed, the pieuvre, the pieuvre. Since the publication of Toilers of the Sea, the whole of Paris, the whole of France, the whole of Europe, the whole universe has been wondering if the pieuvre actually exists. On the 6th of April, in the newspaper Le Pays, Monsieur Voiseau enumerated those animals that had their 15 minutes of fame in the circuses of Paris. Now, no one wants anything but the monster from the Toilers of the Sea, he wrote. This terrifying pieuvre, the day before yesterday, one gracious journalist colleague called that huge crab. So here we are. Paris is only interested in this monster, unknown yesterday, and suddenly a sensation. On the 11th of April in Le Soleil, we read, many of our subscribers who've not yet read the novel are, however, already familiar with the magnificent account of the fight of the hero against the pieuvre, which is quoted everywhere in the press. On the 24th of April, the readers learnt that the success of the Pieuvre had assumed colossal proportions. 2 days later, the tone was jocular. Quotes, a friend of Monsieur Gaboreau, who's a statistician by business and by vocation, has calculated that since the publication of The Toilers of the Sea and up to the 22nd of April this year, 304,114 lines have been written about the Pieuvre. Now, in his great universal dictionary of the 19th century, published in 1874, Pierre Larousse reminded us that Victor Hugo was the progenitor of the Pieuvre. The Pieuvre is the octopus as seen by Victor Hugo, exaggerated by his imagination, and described with that power which the master applies equally to fantasy and to reality. The octopus belongs to the naturalists. The Pieuvre is a creation of Victor Hugo, and one of his most striking. He introduced it to the world in Toilers of the Sea. Pieuvre, as he presented it there, caused a sensation. People talked of nothing but Pieuvre in the year of our Lord, 1866. This tentacular expansion of the Pieuvre throughout the press did not go unnoticed by those cartoonists who drew their inspiration from contemporary events. Several of them produced caricatures of the Pieuvre and of Juliet. One such was André Gilles in the March-April edition of La Lune. More often, the novelist himself is featured in association with the Pieuvre. He is represented thus by Morland in December 1866 in Le Journal Amusant. He's shown in the process of writing, sitting on the edge of the open mouth of a gigantic Pieuvre. Juliet, dressed as a sailor, his arms wide open, is kneeling on the creature's head, while Déruchette looks towards the horizon, standing on a tentacle. In the background, a plume of smoke rises from the funnel of the Durande. The Toilers of the Sea also inspired Cham in the Almanac of Charivari for 1867, and in a vignette, he shows the author of Les Misérables greeting Jean Valjean, who, the caption reads, thanks him for not having made him fight a Pieuvre. In La Ville Parisienne, 5 January, Marcelin presents 2 illustrations. In one, we see the great Hugo, Thugo, with tentacles for a body, as the author of the Pieuvre in one act, together with Couplet, gazing at a copy of Littray's dictionary. In the other, he gives us Victor Hugo as a showman, standing on the rostrum of a fairground theatre, pointing with his stick to a Pieuvre drawn upon a backdrop. The caption written by Marcelin refers to contemporary events, because a few months earlier, a new submarine cable had reduced the time a message from Europe took to get to the United States to just a few minutes. Quotes, the Toilers of the Sea, a Pieuvre gains a transatlantic reputation by intercepting a submarine telegram. A talking plate, signed Ash Noyon, also takes inspiration from this submarine cable, illustrating a review of the year 1866, the year of publication of Toilers of the Sea. The book is referred to below the image. Now, the caption reads, Monsieur Victor Hugo, getting bored in Jersey, fishes for Pieuvre to kill time. He's actually sitting on a Guernsey rock. You'd need a powerful magnifying glass to spot a dig from the artist, well hidden amongst the floral motifs made out of several bags, on which is written 1,000, as well as 2 labels, one good for 1,500, another one good for 1,500, and the other 50 francs, of course. These probably allude to the amount offered to Hugo by Millot, the founder of Le Soleil, to allow publication of the novel as a serial in his newspaper. Bublon's cartoon in Le Front Parleur Belge of 12 December 1869, a few months after the publication of L'Homme qui rit, is even more obvious in its import. With a huge forehead, his hands upon a pot belly, Victor Hugo sits aside a pieuvre in the form of a bag of money, and whose tentacles clasp coins. The pieuvre is processing down a carpet made of 20-franc Napoleon gold pieces, and on its body can be seen the inscription, 200,000 francs to be distributed amongst comrades and friends. The caricature, which like the novel is called The Man Who Laughs, refers to the contract that Hugo made for this novel with his publisher Lacroix. 100,000 francs when the contract was signed and 100,000 francs upon publication. Now, more surprising perhaps is Henri Fusino's caricature entitled Miracles of the Day, which appeared in Le Tocsin of 1st September 1867, a few days after the supposed cures effected by Auguste Henri Jacob, known as the Zouave Jacob. He was a spiritualist healer. Amongst a crowd of sufferers who are rushing to meet him, we find Hugo, a pieuvre under his arm, his hair blowing in the wind. We already know what the diagnosis will be. Like the woman on the left, he's going to be given a ticket for Nanterre, the home of the Zouave Jacob, to be cured, rather like Lourdes. We then come to this well-known caricature by Delayotti, published in Le Annotant on the 6th of June, 1867, surely the most accomplished of all those that evoke Gilliatt's fight. On a rocky islet beside his lyre, Hugo, looking determined, his head encircled by a laurel wreath, holding his pen and carrying a globe, tramples the pieuvre who lives in the grotto next to the wreck of the Durande. The arrows of lightning which are emitted from the novelist's head might suggest that for Delayotti, the struggle of Juliet Hugo recalls that of Apollo overcoming the python that guarded the oracle at Delphi, his weapon an arrow. In 1872, Loredan Larcher's historical, etymological, and anecdotal dictionary of Parisian argot contained a new definition: a loose woman sapping the body or the wallet of a lover. Allusion to the pieuvre, which plays such an absorbing role in the toilers of the sea, end of quote. 2 weeks after the novel's publication, La Presse tells us a new expression is to be added to the Parisian vocabulary. Cocotte is banal. Biche is old hat. One now says a pieuvre. It may not be the prettiest, but it's more vigorous and it's new. This dreadful word, pieuvre, is, as we all know, taken from Toilers of the Sea. End of quotation. Now, it would be wrong to think that only Parisian newspapers carried this new definition of the word pieuvre. We also find it in the provincial press. Thus, in Le Courrier de Saône-et-Loire of the 29th of March, Félix Sordet wrote, "Let me tell you, the women of the underclass are no longer referred to as cocotte, but instead as pieuvre, the name of a hideous and repulsive fish, written about by Victor Hugo in The Toilers of the Sea." Now, 17 years after the publication of Hugo's novel in 1883, Alfred Delvau's Dictionary of Argot would confirm the word pieuvre had not only been accepted into the canon, but was still current. A tart, a kept woman, in the slang of the literati, who've used the term since the publication of Toilers of the Sea, in which Hugo describes so masterfully Juliet's fight against a monstrous octopus. Now, it's no surprise that the caricaturists embraced this new meaning for the term and made every possible use of it. So Morland in Le Charivari of the 31st of March 1866 gives us a full-page illustration entitled The Stages of a Pieuvre. The hair of one of them, stretching out in tentacle ringlets, winds tightly around 4 men. And she's wearing a long dress festooned with tentacles, her train held by a handmaiden who bears a curious resemblance to none other than Victor Hugo. Now, to illustrate the term loans, emprunt, Adol, in Le Charivari of December 1868, draws us a cocotte holding a little coffer. Her tentacle flounces also keep tight hold of 4 gentlemen who throw coins at her, thus illustrating the short caption, all the pieuvres suckers. Toutes les venteuses de la pieuvre. Even when the term is not synonymous with the gold digger, the pieuvre can be dangerous. Charivari, in April 1866, demonstrates this with this cartoon from Cham, which portrays women in bathing costumes, standing in the water or on the sand, armed with swords. The caption reads, "These ladies find the famous chapter about la pieuvre rather worrying." Cham, once more in the Journal Amusant of December 1866, gives us a pieuvre, this time an enormous one, which he shows us coming out of the water to chase a lady bather. The caption once again refers to Toilers of the Sea. Quotes, "The pieuvre attempting to live up to the reputation Monsieur Victor Hugo has given them." Now in town, to judge from certain drawings by Cham, the pieuvre was all the rage, especially amongst the wealthy elite. It was, so he would have us believe, quite the done thing for a woman to take around on a lead, not a toy dog, but a pieuvre. It was also the height of fashion, apparently, to have a pieuvre at a soirée. Madame X requests the pleasure of the company of Monsieur and Madame Y at a dinner party. P.S. There will be a pieuvre. According to the press, not only did the word pieuvre remain current, but it went on to become embedded, thanks to the world of fashion, in clothing and hairstyles. In an article which appeared in the Hairdresser's Journal in 1866, entitled "Hello, Pieuvre," we are told that, quote, "our leading salons are due to launch dresses designed à la pieuvre. This will be the last word in quirky fashion." Here we are. In La Vie Parisienne in 1866, Adol presented the toilette of the pieuvre, also known as la travailleuse de la mer, the working girl of the sea. Now, if you want to dance the polka, advised La Vie Parisienne of February 1857, nothing better than toilette pieuvre, sea green, black headbands, seaweed in your hair. More than 30 years after the publication of Toilers of the Sea, the monster that Victor Hugo called a rag, a tatter, was still be giving its name to stylish outfits. Thus, in the review L'Art et la Mode of February 1898, de Sola could still give us a pretty drawing of Mademoiselle Detail wearing, according to the caption, a robe of black tulle spangled and embroidered with black velvet brocade in the form of a pieuvre. Now, could hairstyles have been inspired by the pieuvre because its name is sometimes referred to as a bonnet or bonnet? Well, in the weeks following the publication, we find innumerable hats influenced by the creature. From a selection of 67 new hat styles, La Vie Parisienne of 1866 chose the one inspired by Toilers of the Sea. Quotes, "A pieuvre, naturally, but the small type, tiny in fact, a fabric like sticking plaster with a little fishing net with fish in it. And to crown it all, a fishing line complete with hook. Little lobsters holding claws for the strings. Rather cute." End of quote. Bertel gives the readers of the Journal Amusant of May 1866 a drawing representing a hat à la pieuvre created by Madame Mélanie Brun and intended for young persons who wished to win the heart of a rich individual or those who aspire to attract rich and serious gentlemen. The Journal de Coiffeur of the 1st of December 1866 notes concerning hair waved and crimped in kiss curls, quote, this style, in which hundreds of sprays of lily of the valley are scattered around the head, has been baptized hair à la pieuvre. If we're to believe the newspaper Le Masque of June 1867, the pieuvre hat was one of the most sought after. In a letter addressed to his father in spring 1866, François Victor stated, the fashion designers have already come up with a hat in the shape of a pieuvre, which is to be worn by the travailleuses de la mer, in other words, by the good time girls who will come up to Dieppe or Trouville this year. It's difficult to comprehend the fame and the coverage given to the pieuvre in those years, 1866 to 7. On 21st May 1866, Hugo notes in his notebook that the newspapers have announced that the pieuvre is now on display live in a Paris aquarium, which can be seen in the Maison Diomède in the Champs-Élysées. In fact, amongst other newspapers, Le Pays announced in its edition of the 9th of May, quote, the pieuvre, which everyone is talking about, of course, can be seen alive in the pools of the Palais Pompéi in the Champs-Élysées. The reception from the public was so favourable that in a few weeks, the number of pools and aquariums in Paris displaying pieuvre had multiplied. The Museum of the Jardin des Plantes displayed, according to the Journal Amusant of September 1866, that gigantic pieuvre, compared to which Juliet's octopus is but a sardine. Once more, the name of Hugo is associated with the pieuvre. In October 1866, Le Siècle stated, since Victor Hugo's last novel appeared, no self-respecting aquarium can afford not to have a pieuvre. In November 1866, the Constitutionnel tells us that in another aquarium in the Boulevard Montmartre was boasting of, quote, a pieuvre, the horrible creature, it suckers alive, slackens and coagulates there as it likes. The first journal of the Journal Amusant of 1867 published 5 drawings from Robida called Aquaria. And if we're to believe the first caption, the most attractive present one can give a lady for her birthday is without contradiction an aquarium for her drawing room, but it must have with it 1 or 2 drawing room pieuvres. Delivered. She's delighted. The second gives us a short dialogue between the lady of the house and her maid. Quote, Madame, I left the little one near the aquarium. Tell me, you're making me anxious. All right then. The pieuvre ate him. We're nowhere near the end of the path taken by the pieuvre once it had left the Roche d'Ouvre. After loose women, fashion, and aquariums, we find it under the heading gastronomy. An article in Le Pays of April 1866 prophesied, quotes, the pieuvre is definitely in fashion, and in a fortnight we'll be eating it in all our restaurants. And indeed, in less than a fortnight, L'Événement invited 80 journalists to the Grand Hotel for a dinner, in which was served pieuvre with mushrooms. 2 cartoons play on this dinner. One by Carlo Grip appeared in La Lune in April. Quotes, here's Mirez, a leading banker and businessman, in raptures over the pieuvre à la financière. The other, by Alfred Darjoux, published on the same date in La Presse Illustrée, is captioned, Success of the Day. At the 32 sous dinner, 1 pieuvre between 2. On the 22nd of May, a grand dinner took place in Paris at the Maison Diomède with 107 guests, amongst whom were Arsène Houssaye and Nadar, sitting around the aquarium in which the pieuvre were gliding about. the newspaper La Célébrité reported that a fish for the occasion, pieuvre with anchovies, was a very successful novelty. It was, according to the article, a veritable gourmet dish. And Alexandre Dumas will no doubt give a recipe for it to all the maîtres d's of the great houses. This was referring, of course, to Dumas père. But it was a caricature of Dumas fils that Cham was to produce a few months later, quote, the pieuvre, who is furious with Monsieur Alexandre Dumas because he's managed to write an interesting novel without mentioning it. La Presse Illustrée of May 1866 stated, in the world of gastronomy, the pieuvre is the dish of the moment. There's no well-serviced table on which it does not appear. The world of music also embraced the pieuvre. And its first fanciful association with music was made by Louis Leroy, who in the Charivari of April 1866 devised a little story which featured Liszt and his faithful manservant Fritz. Liszt, who he calls the Holy Father pianist, is lacking inspiration when suddenly he dives on his piano. I have it, Fritz, the Pieuvre Symphony. Can you hear those twining scales? Those are the tentacles of the monster. They're lined at intervals with suckers. Look, the action of the creature's suckers is puffing up the piano keys. The epilogue takes a macabre turn. A short time later, we see two legs twitching feebly below the wrecked keyboard and the remainder of Liszt's body having been crushed by the instrument. Well, the pieuvre would continue its long journey into French society through song. Several newspapers report musical soirées, during the course of which various songs with titles The Pieuvre were performed. The newspaper Liberté, in several editions in May and June 1866, reports on elegant, fashionable soirées given by the Princesse de Fortgrand, at which much was made of the pieuvre. On the 22nd of May, quotes, people particularly applauded a witty, unpublished song entitled The Pieuvre, dedicated to the poet of Toilers of the Sea. Other musicians were inspired, such as Ernest Thévenet with his piano waltz entitled The Pieuvre, which was played at Café Concert in 1866, or again, Edmond Montbray with his pieuvre. Maximilien Graziani's brilliant quadrille for piano, dedicated to Victor Hugo and called Toilers of the Sea, met with genuine success in 1866, probably because of its fourth and last part, the pieuvre. The following year, at the Lyric Theatre of Brussels, an operetta in 2 acts by Marc Le Prévost, called Les Travailleuses de la Mer et Les Travailleuses de l'Amour, was performed. Madame Antonine played the part of the pieuvre, and she was giving the closing speech before the finale. Literature did not escape pieuvre mania either, albeit to a lesser extent. For the years 1866 to 67 alone, we find several publications in different genres which feature the word pieuvre in their title, such as Queen of the Pieuvre, or The Parisian Pieuvre, or finally, The Ananke of the Great Hugo by Gébet, and Oh la la, followed by The Pieuvre from Marseille by the Vicomte de Taillefer, and finally, A Letter from a Dandy to a Pieuvre, whose author is unknown. In his novel, The Pieuvre of Paris, which appeared in 1878, the action of which begins in 1866, year of the publication of Toilers of the Sea, Pierre Zaccone was also to express his debt to the novelist from Guernsey. Quotes, the book from which we borrow the several lines we've just quoted was justifiably very successful, and it made the pieuvre fashionable at the very moment I found myself at the seaside. This sentence by Jules Verne from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea reflects that time very accurately. Quotes, in every major town and city, the monster became fashionable, They sang about it in the cafe. They mocked it in the papers. They gave it a role in the theatres. This last was actually quite true, for the pieuvre began to appear in many Parisian theatres. Cham's drawing in Le Charivari of 1866 was prophetic. Quotes, managers place pieuvre at the entrance, the idea being they will attract an audience with their suckers. Indeed, the pieuvre was to become the star of the theatrical revues of that year, which were often satirical. Thus, in January 1867, at the Théâtre des Bouffes du Nord, an actress pieuvre, who appeared on stage in a strange green costume, attracted an ovation from the audience. Particularly notable was the praise from several newspapers for the pieuvre from the revue called The Limping Devil, Le Diable Boiteux, performed at the Théâtre du Châtelet. This will give you an idea. Appearance of an idealized pieuvre in a splendid costume, which turned out to be one of the successes of the night. Le Figaro said, the best critique of the revue lies entirely in the success that greeted the pieuvre. Only the pieuvre received bouquet. It's she alone that people applauded and the people remembered. Now, the Illustrated Press had a wonderful time with the annual Salon d'Art, once again giving pieuvre pride of place. A month after the publication, a drawing by Cham appeared in Le Charivari of 15 April. Quotes, Monsieur Victor Hugo's novel, the caption said, exercising a regrettable influence in the Salon of 1866. It had reappeared in the same newspaper on the 29th of April with this sketch, New Portraits à la Mode, also called à la pieuvre. While also taking their inspiration from the Salon, other cartoonists preferred to write parodies of the paintings for their readers. Thus, Gédéon, in Le Annotant of 20 May, applied himself to Courbet's Woman with a Parrot, which became pieuvre getting ready to suffocate a green parrot. Now that's slang for imbibing a glass of absinthe. Our sculptors, on the other hand, did not take the pieuvre as a source of inspiration, with the exception of a waxwork whose creator is unknown and there's no image of it. But it was displayed at the Musée Français in May 1866, and quotes, the representation of the fight of the gigantic pieuvre attracts more people to the show every day. Another report in Le Pays said, a new sculpture group has been added to the display, the fight between Juliet and the pieuvre. Paul Stapfer, a frequent visitor to Hauteville House, went to see it, and he leaves us this eyewitness description in his recollections of Victor Hugo in Guernsey. Quotes, I turned Victor Hugo on to the subject of pieuvre by telling him that I'd seen in a Paris museum a depiction in wax of the fight of Juliet with the pieuvre. The monster seemed to me to be disproportionately large, and I'd expressed my astonishment to the artist himself, who replied, I myself have never seen one of that calibre. It was only later that the pieuvre would come to inspire sculptors. First came Émile Carlier, who created a plaster model in 1879 and a bronze the following year, entitled Gilliatt and the Pieuvre. Here you are. Which was parried in Le Charivari in May 1880. It's their original parody. And in 1886, Émile Gaucher completed a bronze, Juliet or the Pieuvre Fisherman. If we had more time, I could describe to you the bas-relief of Barria's monument to Victor Hugo, kept at Veules-les-Roses, in which Juliet appears with the pieuvre in the top right-hand corner. Sorry, wrong one. There. can recognize many of the other characters. We will have completed our voyage around the different incarnations of the pieuvre, or almost, once we've examined the semantic spread of this word. It became first a synonym for loose women, and then very rapidly came to describe anyone who had tentacular or pervasive aims. Once again, the press that denounced pieuvre politics, or a monastic pieuvre, or an ecclesiastical pieuvre, or the pieuvre of business, or the pieuvre of speculation, was to inspire the caricaturists. So Sham created 2 drawings for Le Charivari about Prussia. Le Charivari urges Prussia to organize squadrons called on to clear out the ranks of the enemy. And as for the pieuvre, they will eat it just as they did the elephant. Now that's an allusion to the 2 elephants that were eaten during the Prussian siege of Paris in 1870-71. In the same number of Le Charivari, Sham published this legislative body with pieuvre-like tendencies. The various parties in the assembly, you see, you read them. And Paf said, this Juliet's new fight. Well, it's time for Victor Hugo's pieuvre to return to Guernsey and its hole in a rock. Now, very different versions of her, interesting, her, await you, as you know. There are placemats. Placemats. Stamps. And some of you have seen the giant tentacles dominating Mansell Street outside the private gallery. And Mark Cook's statue. And even on a programme for this Victor Hugo weekend. Thank you. Thank you, Gerard.
Thank Ken for a magnificent presentation of that. I hate to say it, but we probably understood it more than Gerard had been doing. But well done, Gerard, and also well done, Dinah Bott, who did the translation. So thank you, all of us. Lunchtime now. With the lunch, and we'll try and get through that as quickly as possible so that we can start on time. So enjoy your lunch. Drinks are available from the bar. Nothing's free. discussed this amongst ourselves before this event on the basis that Margaret, who looks after our education side, would have been able to talk to Lisa about cooperative work in education and Victor Hugo. So we're going to have to do that at arm's length, I'm afraid, because they rushed off to France or somewhere on a holiday. The extraordinary thing about Lisa was that she runs her own academy in California, and these children have a very heavy dose of Victor Hugo in their education. And Lisa will tell you that it's a great thing, it works really well. And we were astonished to discover this last year at this time, and I hope you'll give us some more facts this time round. But don't forget, it's the ocean we're about.
Well, I will be stretching the metaphor of the ocean.
Right, we'll look forward to it.
But I
Thank
hope
you
you
very
will
much.
participate.
Thank you.
So, how is my sound? Can I hear okay? I have a
No, I'll put it on.
more volume if there can.
Okay. Oh, I think it wasn't on at all. How is it now? Okay, wonderful. Now, I don't have any slides, so don't worry that there's been a technical glitch when they don't appear on the screen. Before I begin, I want to offer an issue a word of warning and of reassurance. The warning is that my topic requires me to start this talk on a somewhat cynical note, but I want to reassure you that in true Hugo-esque spirit, that we might first have to mire ourselves in the miserable, we will do so only so that ultimately we can rise up in a spirit of utopian optimism. The particular miserableness with which I am concerned, having been a teacher for the last 25 years, is this. I believe our children are leading spiritually barren lives. The schools I see fail utterly to address this problem. Neither the conventional institutions nor the advocates of reform can claim depth of soul as central to their pedagogical purpose. What I recall from my own schooling is a lot of tedious worksheet-based lessons and trivial material to be memorized for a test and then forgotten forever. I learned very little history, and certainly not from teachers who knew and felt the power of the subject to illuminate the course of progress and offer prescriptions for a flourishing future. The science I learned felt more like preparation for a cruise ship trivia contest than it did the unlocking of powerful explanatory principles. I read few works of great literature, and when I did, they were tediously dissected into literary devices. Never did I have a reverent and passionate book lover show me the power of literature to elevate you above the everyday, to stir your soul, and to expand your emotional and intellectual horizons. In my view, education is, in its essence, an activity of soul stretching. What we ought to be doing is harvesting the greatest wisdom of the past, distilling it down to its most potent and life-promoting lessons, and, with earnest conviction of its value, transmitting it to our students. Little about my education or that of this generation seems like it has to do with wisdom or the soul. I'm certainly not alone in bemoaning the state of education, but I also find little to give me hope in the cries I hear for change. What are the solutions we hear proposed most often to the problem of education? Some variety of the following. We were all bored by school. It didn't serve us. Let's do away with all that mindless and oppressive tedium and set our students free, making school instead a playground of liberated creativity and opportunities for self-expression. Or, the world is a mess. We need our schools to focus on fixing all of our present societal pet peeves. We don't need scholars, but citizens who are steeped in our current controversies and can be our agents for change. Or, forget the stuffy, impractical liberal arts. The future is tech. We should teach our children science, math, engineering, robotics, and business and entrepreneurial skills so they are equipped to compete in a tech-based global economy. Or, Our children need learn nothing in particular. They just have to learn how to learn. Everything they need to know can be found on the internet. So the schools are failing our students. But now there's a new problem that makes things much worse. In the past decade, this spiritual barrenness of childhood has been amplified, compounded, and catalyzed by smartphones and social media. Have any of you seen the recent statistics about how much time the average, I think this is American teenager, but I'm not sure, might be worldwide, spends daily on entertainment-based screen time? So not screen time at school, entertainment-based screen time. Anyone want to hazard a guess? 3.5 hours. Do I have a higher bid? 7. So a few years ago, pre-COVID, it was 7 hours and 22 minutes. It's now over 8 hours a day. One of my colleagues at Van Damme Academy has contended for many years that someday we'll look at smartphones as we do cigarettes. That used to sound like a crazy Luddite conspiracy theory, but now when he says it, most people nod their heads in unconflicted agreement. So the stretched metaphorical connection I've found between this conference's theme and my own concerns is this. I view today's teenagers as drowning in a soulless digital sea. And bold as the claim might be, I earnestly believe that a rescuing hand can be proffered by Victor Hugo. How smartphones and social media have wreaked havoc on our children's souls is beyond the scope of this talk, but I want to just indicate a few hazards that I can bear witness to. First, children who spend endless hours scrolling through social media posts, YouTube shorts, shopping options, are positively mired in the mundane, banal, and inspirationless monotony. Their existence is confined to one low plane of cliche ideas, crude comedy, and empty consumerism. In my more hyperbolic moods, I think of them as existing in a self-induced spiritual coma, still alive, but without, in any meaningful way, living. Second, constant confrontation with Twitter-style pontificating in 280 words or less precludes nuance, thoughtfulness, and precision. The hit-and-run style of dropping opinions in a comment section undermines young people's opportunity and even capacity for real, compassionate, and nuanced thought. Third, the continuous consumption of all this sophomoric, superficial entertainment stunts their very development of language. That concerns me not because they will perform more poorly on entrance exams, but because it inhibits their ability to think and to know. To expand your repertoire of expression is really to discover new dimensions of life experience, to hone your ability to say things, but also to see them. Fourth, between the sedating effects of continuous scrolling, the neurotic consumption with self-image, and the dopamine-induced craving for endless stuff, children are left with few opportunities to experience transcendence, reverence, or awe. I've been more convinced of the vital human need to be taken out of our petty, everyday concerns than ever, and to be elevated above ordinary cares, to see beyond the profane to the sacred. Those are not experiences to be had from frenetic YouTube gamer videos, TikTok makeup tutorials, or the latest formulaic Netflix series. Fifth, and related to that reverence, is that children need heroes. They need to encounter characters who exemplify virtues so they can call upon them for inspiration, consciously or not, in their own lives. Their smartphones present them with a parade more of clowns and charlatans than of role models. And finally, and in my mind, most importantly, the detached, impersonal, anonymous nature of online life, the tribalization and the polarization that it promotes, and the superficiality and lack of nuance that characterize it are all at odds with the spirit of humanity. Social media has become a platform for impulsive, loud, and compassionless judgment. Curation of news feeds and friend lists means people settle more and more into tribal teams, seeing the world as us versus them, and unable to find across differences a common human element. Now, I'm conscious that I have only had time here to give Twitter-length accounts of these problems, but I suspect they will accord with your own observations and experiences. In many ways, I've been immune to the changing tides of culture in my little plot of high ground at Van Damme Academy, the school I founded more than 2 decades ago. For all that time, we've remained a device-free, book-based, paper and pencil school with passionate educators who model rigor and nuance and who create a culture of reverence. And without question, one of the most powerful resources in my repertoire is 93 by Victor Hugo. And that ends the cynical portion of my talk. Now we can let Hugo carry us out of the muck. When I was 24 years old, I took a job as a homeschool teacher to 4 students 10 to 12 years old. It turned out to be a beautiful, almost magical experience that gave me a glimpse of education as it might and ought to be. By far, one of the most memorable experiences of that magical time was reading aloud to my enraptured students Hugo's 93. Every day, we would gather in the living room, cozied up on couches, and I would read the next chapter aloud. Almost from the very opening pages, they were absorbed, transfixed, dazzled. I vividly recall one student saying at the close of a chapter, "Feel my hands." She had been clenching her palms so tightly that they were drenched in sweat. That was 25 years ago, and I've taught 93 almost every year ever since. It's the last book my students read in their 8th grade year, and I consider it the capstone of their Van Damme Academy education. What I hope to share with you today is why I see such profound value to young people in the works of Victor Hugo, why they should be a fixture of every school program, how they can be an answer to the deadening effects of smartphones and social media, and what a lasting impact they leave on my students. Since I spoke to many of you at last year's conference, I know that not even all of you have read 93. But worry not, I will be your guide on a whirlwind tour of it today, and also be giving a recap to those of you who have. This is also the signal to my children to now leave the room, so that they avoid spoilers. My son is going to be reading it next year, so can't ruin the experience. What I want to say right now is that by the end of my talk, if you have not read it and you are not desperate to read it, I will consider myself to have wholly failed in part of my purpose here. The power of this novel is palpable right from chapter 1. This is 93, as in 1793, the bloodiest year in the French Revolution. As the novel opens, a battalion of Republican soldiers are creeping their way through the woods of La Saudre, ever on their guard against ambush. It is a stirring scene that, in retrospect, my students will see hints at the novel's whole theme. I won't suggest what that theme is yet, because Hugo builds to it painstakingly over the course of the novel. But here is what we do see. In this opening scene, 2 things are powerfully juxtaposed: the ever-present beauty of nature and the sometimes brutal behavior of men. Here's an excerpt. The number of murders that had been committed there was enough to make one's hair stand on end. There was no place more horrible. The soldiers moved forward cautiously. The forest was full of flowers. The men were surrounded by a quivering wall of branches from which the delightful coolness of the leaves descended. Here and there, these green shadows were pierced by sunbeams. On the ground, gladiolas, irises, daffodils, wood daisies, those little flowers which announce fine weather, and vernal crocuses embroidered and braided a carpet of vegetation abounding in every variety of moss, from the kind that looks like chenille cloth to the kind that looks like a star. The soldiers silently advanced step by step, gently pushing aside the underbrush. And then we have a line that sums this all up in one powerful phrase: the birds twittered above their bayonets. I sometimes call Hugo a master distiller of words because of these rhapsodic passages that are then distilled down to a simple essence. Now, What have my teens gained from this experience already? They've been transported away from the banal and the trivial to a world where so much is at stake. From the moment they step into these pages, they can see they have found themselves somewhere grand and significant. With a little guidance from me, they've also begun to conceptualize weighty moral issues and deep philosophic ideas. They don't yet know why Hugo is taking such pains to juxtapose war and nature, but they see that he is, and they sense that he has a purpose. They become curious as to what it all might mean. By only the second page of this novel, they have already experienced Hugo's powerful wielding of words. And because we take the time to discuss, comprehend, and relish them, those words make a lasting impact on my students' souls. I will offer you proof. One year, I taught my 8th grade, so about 13-year-old students, a few sonnet forms, and I asked them to write a sonnet about some scene from any book we had read. One of them chose this scene I just described as her subject, and here's what she wrote. Fresh bloomed flowers are strewn about the ground. Glimpses of the canopied sky are blue. Birds in the trees sing with a cheery sound, for winter's gone, and spring is fresh and new. But we are in the woods of La Saudre, and we won't be fooled by this seeming peace. This terrible forest is where men slay. This white and blue battle may never cease. The bark of the trees is stained dark blood red. These stealthy woods teem with the air of war. Our pounding hearts are filled with only dread. If we are ambushed, we could be no more. Although these woods have found sweet springtime's breath, they hold the wicked air of shadowed death. What the students experience next in the novel is equally stirring. As this Parisian battalion makes its way through the woods, they suddenly hear the sound of breathing in the middle of the thicket, and in a moment they have surrounded the spot with their muskets pointed at its center. But when one of their scouts looks through the underbrush, she finds not an enemy soldier, but a woman suckling a baby, while 2 blonde children sleep in her lap. The dialogue that follows is sublime. Radoub, the gruff Republican sergeant with his bristling whiskers and eyes that look like glowing coals, interrogates the mother, thinking she might be a spy. Here's an excerpt of their dialogue. Who are you? I don't know. You don't know who you are? We're people who are running away. Which party do you belong to? Are you a blue? Are you a white? Who are you with? I'm with my children. And what does your husband do, madam? What has become of him? Nothing has become of him, because they killed him. Who? I don't know. What? You don't know who killed your husband? Was it a blue? Was it a white? It was a bullet. The cleverness of this dialogue is compelling entirely on its own terms. My students are always awed by it. But at the same time, it introduces them to another dimension of what will ultimately be the novel's profound and moving theme. I help them to penetrate beyond the drama of it, to its moral meaning. This is a novel about the French Revolution, and we would naturally expect the central conflict to be the one put forth by Radoub: monarchy versus republic, royalty versus revolution, white versus blue. But with the introduction of this mother, Michelle Fléchard, we begin to see that some things transcend this dichotomy. What matters to her is not what side someone is on, but that her children are starving. What matters to her is not who killed her husband, but the fact that he is dead. Seeing this clearly is the dawn of an understanding in my students that will ultimately prove to be profound. Radoub is satisfied by her answers that Michelle Fléchard is no spy, and this gruff old sergeant is moved to adopt the women and children into the Red Bonnet Battalion. The baby looks up at him and smiles, and we are told, a big tear rolled down his cheek and stopped at the end of his mustache, looking like a pearl. It is an image my students and I pause on, because it is touching, and because by the end of the novel, Radoub's unique combination of formidable bravery and tender affection will place him among my students' pantheon of literary heroes. I myself am a little bit in love with him. In the next chapter, we find ourselves far from Radub and the children, watching a general disguised as a peasant board a warship disguised as a merchant vessel. His name, we will later learn, is Marquis de Lantenac, and he is being transported from England to the coast of France, where he will lead the royalist peasant army in the dangerous forest of Vendée. The ship's captain and executive officer discuss the qualities needed in a leader of Vendée and wonder if they will find them in Lantenac. They need, they say, a man like Gaston, who nicely shot 300 blues after making them dig their own graves. Or like Joly, the clockmaker, whose son was a Republican, and who, when he encountered him in battle, captured him and blew his brains out. They need someone merciless, ferocious, inexorable. Those words, so important to the novel's theme, will come up a lot. Then their conversation is cut short by what has to be one of the single most dramatic scenes in world literature. When we arrive at it, I always ask my students whether they've ever heard the term loose cannon. They usually have, understanding it to mean someone who's erratic and dangerous in some way. And I tell them that Hugo is about to give them new meaning for the term. I can't possibly do justice to the loose cannon scene without reading you every word, but I'll just try to indicate or remind you of the thrill of it. This iron, many-ton monster, broken from its mooring chain after a gunner improperly fastened it, rolls around the deck of the ship, making holes in the planking, disabling the mast, destroying the other cannons, and killing and mangling countless men. Here is a glimpse of how Hugo describes its devastating and indomitable power. Nothing is more inexorable than the anger of the inanimate. That frenzied mass has the leaps of a panther, the weight of an elephant, the agility of a mouse, the stubbornness of the axe, the unexpectedness of the swelling sea, the swift blows of lightning, the deafness of the tomb. And what is to be done? How can it be overcome? A storm ceases, a cyclone passes, a wind dies down, a broken mast can be replaced, a leak can be stopped, a fire can be extinguished. But what is one to do with that enormous bronze brute? You cannot kill it, for it is dead, and at the same time, it is alive. It lives with the sinister life that comes to it from the infinite. What does this scene do for my students? It is breathtaking, heart-stopping drama that puts to shame any modern action movie formulas. By this point in the novel, my students and I have already talked about how this book would make an epic blockbuster film. I cannot believe it hasn't been done, in no small part because of that scene. One of my life's goals is for a student of mine to write a screenplay of it. And I can already claim that one, who was a student at the University of Southern California Film School, worked on it, but she didn't finish it. The loose cannon is conquered when Marquis de Lantenac, that general in peasant disguise, leaps into action and, with the help of the gunner who had authored the disaster, succeeds in toppling it. Both men heroically put their lives on the line to save the ship and its remaining sailors. The ship's captain then brings the gunner before Lantenac and says, "General, considering what this man has done, don't you think there is something for his commanders to do?" Lantenac unfastens the captain's cross of St. Louis and attaches it to the gunner's jacket, and all the sailors cheer. Then, pointing at the dazzled gunner, he says, "Now have this man shot." We have here, once again, a moment that makes my students, just like many of you did, gasp aloud. They are stunned by this unexpected twist, but that's only the beginning of its impact. Then they are prompted to consider, did he do right? Was his judgment just? Hugo makes them move from the dramatic action into deep contemplation. They're being asked to consider a complex moral question that transcends the everyday. I think of it like spiritual weightlifting. Through concentrated and intensive activity, they are building a capacity to deal more easily with the lighter demands of daily life. Whatever my students' judgment of Lantenac's decision, the captain and first officer's judgment is clear. They declare Vendée has a leader. Then the drama builds again. The ship has been irreparably damaged by the loose cannon, and it has drifted off course. The sailors regroup to find themselves between two unconquerable dangers, a reef on which they would founder, and a fleet of enemy ships with 360 cannons to their 9. There is no escape. But the Marquis de Lantenac can't die. They need him to make it to the coast of France. They decide to ask for a volunteer to row him to shore, while the rest resolve to fight, however futile their fight might be. A volunteer emerges, and he and the Marquis de Lantenac board the lifeboat. The scene ends with a Hugo-esque cliffhanger, when the man who has pledged to save him looks Lantenac in the eye and says, "I am the brother of the man you ordered shot." He is armed with a pistol, and he is there, not for rescue, but for revenge. Lantenac, weaponless, has to defend himself only one thing: words. Lantenac's speech is a mini master class in rhetoric. He begins by saying it was not he who killed the man's brother, but rather the brother's own negligence. He asks for a priest, saying his brother had one, and that by killing him without one, he will be causing Lantenac's soul to be lost, and in doing so will also lose his own. The argument builds slowly, steadily, to a fevered moral pitch. All those men on the ship are dying because of his brother. Their cause is the cause of God, and because of his brother's negligence, God himself is suffering. By taking away God's last resource, he is acting as Satan's first assistant. Lantenac says, "Because I won't be there, I, who represent the king, hamlets will continue to burn, families to weep, priests to bleed, Brittany to suffer, the king to be in prison, and Jesus Christ to be in distress. And who will have done it? You. But it's your own affair." One of the concerns I voiced at the outset was how insipid, how lifeless, how sophomoric is the language with which kids on their smartphones are constantly confronted. Compare that experience to this. And they are so capable. They love it. They're dazzled by it and moved. But on their own, they don't know where to find it, how to consume it, or what it might be worth to them. They need guides, they need teachers, and they need Hugo. Lantenac's speech succeeds in disarming his enemy. His would-be killer, Halmelo, now swears loyalty to Lantenac, brings him safely to shore, and in doing so delivers the royalists in Vendée their needed leader. If we thought Lantenac was ferocious, inexorable, we soon learn just how far he will go. When he assumes command of the army and they come upon a farm that has been occupied by the Blues, he orders the farm burned and all its occupiers executed. Our plots then cross when we discover that among them is the Red Bonnet Battalion, with the mother and children in their care. When asked what he should do with the women, Lantenac says to shoot them too. When asked what to do with the children, he says to take them hostage. Fortunately for us, Radoub and a few of his men were on a scouting mission, so they survived the massacre. And Michel Fléchard, though shot in the breast, is able to recover in the care of a peasant who takes her in and nurses her wound. Soon after this scene, we are introduced to the man who will be Lantenac's arch-rival. His name is Simordan, and he is an old priest who gave up God and instead espoused humanity. His devotion to the Republic is, like Lantenac's to royalty, inexorable and ruthless. He is described memorably as having the blind certainty of the arrow, which sees nothing but the goal and goes toward it. But, we are told, he has one potential weakness. He once worked in the household of a lord, and as tutor to the lord's grandnephew. He taught this little lord his own liberated ideals. Into the young man's aristocratic brain, he poured the souls of the people. And we are told everything in Simordan that was capable of loving had pounced, so to speak, on that child. He worshipped the boy. After introducing Simordan, Hugo leaves us with another cliff-hanging question. But was such a man vulnerable, even in such an affection? We shall see. So, we have Lantenac on one side and Simordan on the other. Ruthlessness on behalf of royalty, pitilessness on behalf of the Republic. But we have one more character to meet. He is the general leading the Republican army in Vendée. He's a man known for his intelligence and bravery, and he's reputed to be leading his troops in a superior manner. But Danton, Marat, and Robespierre summon the aid of Simordan because they believe this young general needs supervision. His military talent is formidable, but he's also known for his clemency. According to Marat, he's firm in battle and soft afterward. He's indulgent, he forgives, he spares, he protects nuns, he saves the wives and daughters of aristocrats, he sets prisoners free, he releases priests. So, they want Simordan to go and oversee him, and if he falters, to cut off his head. At the pronouncement of this general's name, Gauvin, Simordan turns deathly pale. In one of those astounding Hugo-esque turns of plot, we learn that the man he has been sent to supervise is his one weakness, that beloved student, the son of his soul, the only person he has ever loved. And more, his arch-nemesis, Lantenac, the general with whom Gauvin must do battle, is Gauvin's great-uncle, in whose household Simordan once served. When this revelation happens, I just pause and grin and wait for my students to recover, because they usually sit for a minute processing with hands on their cheeks and mouths agape. This is some kind of love-hate triangle that Hugo has created. Simordan, summoning that blind certainty of the arrow, accepts the responsibility and goes off into the war-torn woods to assume his place supervising Gauvin. One small thing that happens on the way becomes supremely important to my students. He reaches an inn where he stops to rest and to give his horse some water. The innkeeper warns this stranger not to travel by way of Dole, because there's fighting there, a brutal conflict between the Marquis de Lantenac and the Viscount Gauvin. The risk, he says, is great, and unless it concerns what you hold dearest in the world, something like your son, which we know, of course, it does. As Simordan rides off, the innkeeper cries after him, "Listen to me carefully. If you go by way of Dole, you'll fall into a massacre, so turn right, not left." The chapter then ends very simply, he turned left. Turn left becomes one of our classroom watchwords. We take it to mean turn into danger to defend what you love. Here is how one of my students described her memory of reading these words in an essay she wrote for her college applications. I remember the May afternoon when Miss Van Dam read that line aloud to us, slowly, thoughtfully, with forceful passion, her eyes watering as if it were her own child likely to perish in the French Revolution. As she eloquently deciphered the intricacies of the hostile yet enduringly affectionate relationship Simordan and Gauvin developed despite their opposing views, I found myself wiping tears from my own cheeks. This was not the first or the last time I would cry in literature class that year. For Simordan, turning left meant following his principles and remaining loyal to his loved one despite a great chance of death. For my 8th grade class, the line "turn left" came to mean finding that same strength of character in our lives and staying true to our beliefs. For me, ultimately, the phrase evolved into a reminder to never stop reading and writing and thinking, never to forget those characters who raised me and made me who I am. She and I are still friends today, and I can attest that she has heeded that reminder. Gauvin defeats Lantenac's army at the Battle of Dole, and Lantenac and his men are forced to flee to the Tour Gauvin, the very castle where Simordan had served as Gauvin's teacher. Lantenac brings the hostage children with him, where he will use them as pawns in his negotiation. Lantenac and 18 of his men are holed up in the castle when Gauvin and an army of 4,500 surround it. Imanus, Lantenac's savage and barbaric second in command, presents the attacking army with an ultimatum. Either they let the 19 besieged men go free, or he will light a fire that will exterminate the 3 children. Hugo then spends an entire chapter taking us inside the library, where the children are captive, and having us observe them in their blissful, angelic innocence. I always ask my students why we take such time on this departure from the central story, and the answer is always the same. He wants us to fall in love with them, so that we see what is at stake, which we decidedly do. And much like he did in that opening chapter, Hugo is juxtaposing the innocence of childhood with the brutality of war. The ultimatum is refused, and the battle begins, one highlight of which is the heroism of our old friend Radub. Radub comes to his commander to ask for a favor. The favor? To be first into the breach, despite the fact that he will have to crawl on all fours, only to arrive in a dark room where 19 men are pointing guns at him from behind a barricade. But, he says to his commander, "Sir, if anything happens to one hair on the children's angelic heads, I swear by everything that's sacred that I, Sergeant Radub, will get even with the Eternal Father for it." This is not the first nor the last time that we see that formidable bravery and tender affection of Radub put on dramatic display. My students have their hero. Radub leads the attack, forces the surviving men to flee upstairs, has them cornered, when they are saved by someone who shows them a secret door. But before they escape, Imanus, with wicked vengefulness, starts the fire. At that very moment, Michelle Fléchard, the tirelessly devoted mother who has wandered on bleeding feet through the forest, desperate to find her children, arrives on the scene, sees them in smoke and flames, and screams. The Marquis de Lantenac, who has in his pocket the key to the room that holds them, hears her cry and is forced to make a decision. Will he go free, or will he return and save the children? For once, Lantenac's ruthlessness, inexorability, and mercilessness are triumphed over by his humanity. He goes back into the building, unlocks the door, walks straight into the fire, saves the children, and then is arrested by Simordan. Gauvin then faces a question of similar moral character. Will he reward Lantenac's magnanimity, or let him go free, and let him go free, or will he keep him captive and sentence him to execution? It is a decision over which he agonizes in a chapter that shows my students what it means to think deeply, to consider carefully, and never to be content with hasty judgments that gloss over complexity and nuance. But Gauvin is the man of clemency. He decides that in saving the children, Lantenac had transfigured himself. He decides that though Lantenac had been terrible, his magnanimity made him majestic. He decides that execution cannot be the reward for heroism. He decides to set Lantenac free. This is precisely the sort of clemency for which Simordan had been sent to punish Gauvin. And now he faces a dreadful moral decision. His is the only one I won't tell you, so I leave something unspoiled in the book. And even without that spoiler, I've already offered enough to reveal Hugo's theme, the one that has such a powerful impact on my students and will leave its mark on anyone who reads this book right. In the battle between monarchy and revolution, between white and blue, between royalty and republic, Hugo's allegiance is clear. He's a lover of liberty, and he is squarely on the revolutionary side. But in this novel, that is not his concern. He's in favor of a republic, but a republic won on what terms, by what means, with what as its guiding principle. Looking back on the Reign of Terror, Hugo is saying, in words he puts in the mouth of his hero Gauvin, that it will be the calumny of the revolution. The transcendence of the mother's concerns, the peacefulness of nature, the innocence of children, the false dichotomy of brutal revolution and brutal royalism, Gauvin's vision of a republic of clemency, all of this comes together into Hugo's theme. I think that theme is perfectly captured in one of Gauvin's reflections. He thinks to himself, above the revolutionary absolute, there is the human absolute. All of Hugo's works are suffused with the spirit of humanity. But here, humanity is at the very heart of his message. Here he is telling us that to be humane is the highest of moral obligations. If I was right in my contention that our children are leading spiritually barren lives, how beautiful a theme is this for them to ponder. If I was right that steeped in social media, they are descending, along with much of society, into compassionless tribalism, becoming unable to transcend cultural divides and find a common humanity, how powerful an idea is this for them to consider? And they do. I will conclude my talk with one final story from the classroom. At my school, the 8th grade students were given an opportunity to do a semester-long independent study project. One of my students spent the semester researching the bombing of Dresden, and for his final presentation, he argued passionately that it should not be considered a war crime despite the devastating death toll, because it was instrumental to the Allies' defeat of Germany. I told him afterward that, being a history buff and a contemplator of moral questions, I was sure he would love 93. I was right. He did. But the whole time he was swept up in the action and consumed by Hugo's message, and he hadn't made a connection to his own project's theme. When we arrived at the line, above the revolutionary absolute, there is the human absolute, I said, "Do you see why I thought you'd like this novel?" He nodded, but I could see that something had not yet clicked. I said, "Do you see how it relates to your independent study project?" It's not possible for me to do justice to what happened then. His eyes got wide. He dropped his face into his hands, and then with his fingers in his hair, he squeezed the sides of his head and said, "Oh my God, I don't know what I think anymore." This spontaneous expression was so earnest and so deeply felt. It was one of the most beautiful moments I've witnessed in my class. It was exemplary of what I call soul stretching. Now, I told him then, and I want to say very clearly now, that my expectation was not that he would change his mind about his conclusion in his project, and that maybe, even after being exposed to Hugo's theme, he would come to the very same conclusion. Whether he did or whether he didn't is not what mattered to me. What mattered is that this novel would have challenged and deepened and given nuance to his understanding. That is the sort of richness of spiritual experience that we ought to be offering our children. And it is my fervent belief that Hugo is one of the single best sources for doing so. Awash in their prosaic and spiritless sea, Hugo can lift our children above the surface, letting them transcend the everyday and see the sublime. He can give them a spiritual compass, helping them to chart their course. He can reveal the grandeur around them, allowing them to feel a reverence for the infinite. And he can focus their gaze on the horizon, inspiring them with belief in a beautiful future. Thank you. Oh, that's a wonderful question. So I think my first introduction to Hugo actually came by the Russian-American author Ayn Rand, who wrote The Fountainhead. She wrote an introduction herself to 93 by Hugo. So, and also in her book, The Romantic Manifesto, she cites Hugo's work as some of her favorites, and she says the feeling of reading Hugo is like the feeling of entering a cathedral. So I was very intrigued, and then my first experience was reading it aloud to my students. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
John. Lots of people from Guernsey visit Dole, the Brittany-Normandy border, and a name that's very common in Guernsey, or fairly common and ordinary, is Goban. And of course, Juliet Drouet's maiden name was Goban. So it can't be a coincidence that Victor Hugo named the heroic character in that respect. And it also suggests Juliet may have come from Fougères, which is on the border between Brittany and Normandy, that Juliet may have had distant cousins in the bailiwick of Guernsey.
Well,
how do you think Juliet's character and ancestry influenced?
I think there are other people here much better able to speak to that than I am. But what I will say is that I'll believe my mission has succeeded when people again all over the world start naming their children Govan.
Right, thank you very much. 5 minutes to recharge your glasses and cups and saucers and whatever before Edouard is going to give us his presentation. like to sit down? Ladies, Meg. Thank you. Right. Every now and then, you meet somebody who's been doing what you would have liked to do all your life. And Edward, who's standing next to me, just gets on a boat and wanders around the Bay of St Malo, visiting all the places I'd like to have met. And I just wonder to myself how the hell I didn't get to do that. And he has an interest in Victor Hugo and runs Victor Hugo events in Granville. And we can't get there because there's no boats, planes or anything to get there. And he's had to go via St Malo, even though there are boats that run on the wrong days. So we're a bit daft, aren't we? We ought to be able to get there easier. It's going to be fascinating to hear what Edward's got to say about chasing Victor Hugo in the Channel Islands. And I'm sure many of us will know the locations that he's going to describe and how they relate. So, Edward, welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. It worked? Yeah. Victor Hugo and I, we have one thing in common. We speak terrible English. I would have liked Ken Tuff to deliver my speech, but since I'm here, I have to do it myself. So anyway, I think it's hearing my poor accent is better than reading a translation while I speak, so you will have to suffer a bit. I'm sorry for that. By the way, I would like to say first that I am one of Lisa's pupils, because reading Victor Hugo has changed my life. It was many years ago, and I'll come to that later. But first, since my talk is titled Chasing Victor Hugo on a 20-foot sailboat, I'd like to introduce that boat. Here is the boat. It's a Muscadet. It's a small boat in plywood, very cheap. I bought it for £1,000, roughly. It was the day I bought this boat. And since then, I sailed a lot with her. And finally, I sold her because I couldn't keep the boat. But in between, this boat allowed me to have a better understanding of Victor Hugo's life and work. How come? It's what I'm going to try to explain now. Yeah. Is it better? Good. I guess you all recognize this image since Gérard Ordinet showed it this morning. It's drawing that Hugo made in 1866. It is the Eddystone Lighthouse off the coast of Devon, quite far from here. At that time, Hugo was working on The Man Who Laughs, and he was gathering some information from a book which title is The Delights of Great Britain and Ireland, a book written by James Beverer. And in the process, Hugo came across that plate in the book. And so you can see the model on the left and what became of this plate in Hugo's work. And for me, that image says everything, because we see here Hugo's imagination at work. Left, to write. It shows the process of distortion he uses between his models and his work. This is true in these drawings, and this is true in his writings. And this brings me to my subject. Hugo's description of the Channel Islands in his novels, Toil of the Sea, 93, The Man Who Laughs, is also subject to such a distortion. It's a transposition, a magnification, and this captivated me to the point I spent almost 50 years of my life studying this, and in order to compare real and fiction places across the islands. Is it clear until now? Yeah, good. A last word about the Eddystone Lighthouse. In his novels, 93, Hugo writes, in the 17th century, a lighthouse was a sort of plume of the land on the seashore. The architecture of a lighthouse tower was magnificent and extravagant. It was covered with balconies, baluster, lodges, alcove, weathercocks, nothing but masks, statues, foliage, volutes, reliefs, figures large and small, medallions with inscription. Pax in bello. Gérard Audinet said that this morning. And by the way, this declaration of peace did not always disarm the ocean, unquote. This was a digression in the episode about the shipwreck of the Comprachicos. And Hugo took the opportunities to talk about the different architectural types of lighthouse, primitive, baroque, modern, and the Eddystone Lighthouse is obviously baroque, especially in Hugo's drawing. Today, it's much less baroque, as you can see. At this point, I have to say a few words about me. I'm not a scholar. I'm a journalist, and I wrote a few books. I've sailed around the Channel Islands quite a lot, as many of you did, I guess. First, I fell in love with Chausey. Some of you know, maybe, I don't know. Chausey, here it is. It's about roughly 40 miles from here. And then I started chasing Victor Hugo around the archipel de la Manche, first without knowing it, and then knowing it. I remember very well my first visit to Saint-Pierre-Port in French, even though it was some decades ago. We set off late afternoon from Granville on a sailing boat with no engine, no electrical devices. It was long ago, and GPS had not been invented yet. The wind gradually picked up after we left Granville, and we spent the night tacking to get past the Minkies, les Minkies. Not very far. It was a nightmare because all the night we had wind, and we didn't know where we were. The next morning, when we arrived in front of Saint-Pierre, it was sunny, it was bright, and the place looked like paradise to me, and it still is. I said to myself, well, this is where I like to live, here, as you have the chance to do. As I discovered many years ago, many years later, when reading the diary of his daughter Adèle, Victor Hugo had a similar shock to mine when he discovered Saint-Pierre after a restless night. It was a century earlier, in August 1852. Hugo had just left Belgium for London, and he took a steamer from Southampton to Jersey, his future place of exile. On the way, the boat stopped at Guernsey, and it was then that Hugo had his first vision of Saint-Pierre. According to Adele, his daughter, Victor Hugo said, "My dream would be to live on Guernsey, in a room with a view overlooking the sea, so that I could see the ships passing before my eyes." This dream would not come true until 3 years later, when Hugo was expelled from Jersey. As in my case, but I am afraid the parallel between Victor Hugo is limited to that and to my bad English, as you can hear. This discovery of the island took place after an eventful journey. The crossing of the channel on the steamer was met in bad weather, and also Hugo later claimed to have an excellent night. His son Charles later testified that in the morning he saw his father appear, quote, blue and green, suffering from a slight attack of seasickness. I could say he was coming from the west, I was coming from the east, and in Guernsey we met. But that would be a very, very big lie. Because at that time, my first stopover, at the time of my first stopover in Saint-Pierre, all I knew of Hugo, what the school gave pupils to read. I didn't even know that Hugo had lived in Guernsey for 15 years. In short, I knew nothing. 1 year before, I was sailing from l'Île de Bréa to Jersey, and we had no wind at all, and a very thick fog. And believe it or not, it took us 2 days to go from Bréa to Jersey. 2 days. Yeah, it must be a record. You can imagine my relief when finally I set foot in Saint-Hélier. Once again, I crossed the path of Hugo without knowing it. I was arriving in Jersey. He was leaving this island from where he had just been expelled. It was in October 55. As the steamer left the island, and once again, Gerard stole one of my lines. Hugo wrote in his notebooks these few and famous words of spite and resentment: Jersey, rock, then cloud, then shadow, then nothing. As for me, I could have said the opposite. Jersey, nothing, then fog, then cloud, then rock. And it was in 1974. Rocks. And one day, I read Toiler of the Sea. I don't remember how I came across Hugo's novel, but I think someone gave it to me, knowing my already all-consuming passion for the Channel Islands. Year after year, I sailed in the area. I fell in love with these islands that seemed familiar and strange to me at the same time. It was the very first novel by Victor Hugo that I had in my hands, teenage hands that hadn't yet held many books, but had already pulled on many halyards, ropes, and sheets. Adolescence is the age of concussion, and nothing shook me more than the discovery of José, of the Channel Islands, and those incredible rocky plateaus called Minkies and Écreou. Minkies and écreux are only known to intrepid sailors, local practices, and nautical charts. But the charts give only a rough outline that should be treated with caution, and I would say with suspicion. These two archipelagos suddenly became a reality for me when, around the middle of my 16th year, on my first trip in the area, I entered in one and the other. Monkey et écreux are nothing more than confettis of granite and rough grass scattered across the sea after a monstrous geological carnival. I was mesmerized, really, by those rocks. Was I the only one to feel the powerful spells of these rocks? Well, no, there was also Victor Hugo, as I realized from the very first lines of L'Archipel de la Manche, then Toiler of the Sea. This text, and then the novel, stunned me so much that I felt immediately at home in it, in the novel. Whoever walks along this coast goes through a series of mirages, writes Hugo. At every moment the rock tries to fool you. Where do illusions nestle? In the granite, nothing could be stranger. Giant nuns hurry along, bending over the horizon. The petrified falls of their wells are shaped like the flight of the wind. Kings with plutonian crowns meditate on massive thrones, being of some sort buried in the rock, raise their arms outwards. You can see the fingers of their open hands. All this is a shapeless coast. Come closer, there is nothing left. The stones have this kind of a fainting spells. So I had to make an inventory of those spells in order to distinguish between reality and fiction, and that's how it all began. Roche d'Ouvre, today. It's not difficult to follow in the footsteps of Hugo through the Channel Islands, since, as far as I know, he only set foot on 3 of them, Jersey, Guernsey, Sark. It's less easy to follow Hugo in the novelist, because beyond these 3 islands, his knowledge of the archipelagos was based on personal accounts, readings, and above all, his imagination. Let's begin with the Douvre, where, as you know, the Durand sinks in Toiler of the Sea, and where Juliet fights the giant octopus, as we saw this morning. With a friend, we often sailed from Paimpol to Guernsey and back, a route which, about halfway along, skims the rock of Roche d'Ouvre Plateau. Each time, we had fun imagining Juliet battling against the element and a monstrous octopus to recover the Durand's engine. In doing so, we were disobeying Hugo, who warns the reader of Toiler of the Sea not to confuse the Douvre of the novel with the Roche d'Ouvre. It's difficult to confuse both, anyway. In Toiler of the Sea, Hugo writes, at about 5 leagues out in the open sea, to the south of Guernsey, opposite Plymouth Point, and between the Channel Islands and Saint-Malo, there is a group of rocks called the Douvre. The spot is dangerous. This term Douvre applies to rock and cliffs and is very common. There is, for example, near the Côte du Nord, a Douvre, on which a lighthouse is now being constructed on the left, a dangerous reef, but one which must not be confounded with the rocks about referred above. Sorry, unquote. This warning was not intending to draw a line between reality and fiction, in case some exegete had the foolish idea to document the site of the Durand wreck. This disastrous place where monstrous species swarm and eat each other does not exist, cannot exist, since these appalling forms are meant not to be seen by the human eyes, writes Hugo. And yet we saw them. Well, almost. With Hugo, the line between reality and fiction is never very clear. Anyway, I shall continue to salute Juliet each time I pass off the Roche-Douve plateau, and I will also say hello to the poor boy when sailing up north the Petit Russell, Little Russell. I leave the island of Oumet Paradise on my port side, since it's there at the very end of Toil of the Sea that Juliet commits suicide. Minkies, les Minkies. I did most of my sailing in the islands alone on a little boat, the one you've seen before. And I went to the Minkies several times. Last year, I stopped there with a friend who is a professional photographer, and Philippe Cabaret is his name, and he took these pictures. I was stunned when I saw this picture. This was a fairly faithful reproduction of an ink wash by Victor Hugo, which name is Évocation of an Island, Évocation d'une île. It's a drawing that is kept at the Berggruen Museum in Berlin. Let's have a look. This. Hugo never set foot on Les Minkies, on the Minkies. It was 20 kilometers off Marine Terrace, his home in exile in Jersey. And yet, he has drawn one of the islets. My friend Philippe did not know Hugo's watch, and yet he reproduced it. Victor Hugo has been dead for almost a century and a half, and yet he was with us. Let's see. It's some kind of miracle. Victor Hugo would have had difficulty seeing the Minkies from his window of my terrace, but he had heard of them. Les Minkies, or the Minkies, first appear briefly in Toilers of the Sea. Quote, "What are the Minkies?" said the American. The man from Saint-Malo replied, "They are very bad stones." Unquote. En français, les Minkies sont des cailloux très mauvais. He couldn't have been any shorter than that. Later, in 93, the plateau of reefs would become more precise. Quote, "The Minkies was more dangerous at that time than it is now. Several of the turrets of this marine fortress have been worn away by the constant action of the sea. The form of the reef changes, waves are swords. Each tide is like the stroke of a saw. At that time, to be stranded on the Minkies meant death. Well, things haven't changed a lot today. This is a bad place for sailing boat, but I can't think of a more beautiful sight on the planet with so few visitors. There are a number of reasons for this. Les Minkies, citadel of the abyss, marine fortress, is nothing in the middle of nothing, especially at high tide. It is the sea that shows its teeth, or worse, hides them just under the water's surface. No one comes in the middle of this chaos of reefs without trembling a little. And then I nearly got shipwrecked there on 2 occasions. On my last visit, the boat was picked up by an unexpected vein of current and carried towards a rock that was just as unexpected because it was not on the map. But once you have finished your slalom around the rock's head with the treacherous assistance of incomplete documents that look and work like alchemy manuals, once the last dangers have been avoided and the anchor dropped, you find yourself in the middle of a marvelous but inhuman sight. There are reefs as far as the eye can see, and the solitude is overwhelming as the place is sparsely frequented even in the height of summer. You feel as if you are in the eye of a cyclone. Everything is calm, but you dread the moment you have to come out of it. Staying here is not easy enough because at times there is nothing to protect the main anchorage close to Maîtressil. I'd really like to know what Hugo would have written about the monkeys if it had been there once. Écreau, on the other side of Jersey. Another dreadful and wonderful sight, another marine fortress, is the Écreau archipelago in the northeast of Jersey. Same kind of place, a lot of rocks and no permanent residents, except some lobsters, if you're lucky enough. The name of the Écreau appears only one in Hugo works. It is in Toiler of the Sea where Hugo writes, "In these civilized regions, the wilder rocks are rarely desert places. Smugglers are met with at Agot, custom house man at Binic, Celts at Brea, oyster dredgers at Cancale, rabbit shooters at Sésambre, crab gatherers at Brécourt, trawlers at the Minquier, dredgers at the Écreau." Nevertheless, I think the famous king of the Aucrinier, you see, Hugo talks about in Toiler of the Sea, owes much to the Écreau. Aucrinier, Écreau are close names. And they have kings too. Le roi des Aucriniers. Who is that man? Hugo writes, "Only the most ignorant are unaware of the fact that the greatest danger of the coast of the Channel Islands is the king of the Aucriniers. No inhabitants of the sea is more frightening. Whoever has seen him is certain to be wrecked between one St. Michael and the other. He is little being a dwarf, and is deaf being a king. He knows the names of all those who have been drowned in the seas and the spots where they lie." Unquote. Philippe Pinel, the first king of the Écreau, maybe you know him. When Hugo was in exile in the Channel Islands, there was a king in Les Écreaux, a smuggler, Philippe Pinel, lived in the Écreau between 48 and 96, almost 50 years, almost alone, on those rocks. He proclaimed himself king of the island in 63, and Queen Victoria pretended to take him seriously, sending me gifts. He himself sent her gifts, such as these wicker baskets. Then, Alphonse le Gastelois, second king of the Écreux. Le Gastelois had been wrongly accused of a crime in Jersey and had come to take refuge on the islets. He is on Marmoutière. He too eventually decided to proclaim himself king of the Écreux, but not to avail. He died in a retirement home in Jersey. I tried to meet him, but I didn't succeed. He was in a retirement home, he was very ill, and people won't let me see. And he died a few weeks after that. And I think I've been lucky not meeting him, since Hugo writes, whoever sees him is certain to be wrecked between one St. Michael and the other. So good. They do look a bit alike, no? This you recognize. Yeah. It's Gétou. Yeah, Gétou. On one end, there are the islands born in Hugo's imagination, and on the other, the islands he really saw. Gétou was the first island Hugo had under his eyes from the lookout. But he hardly ever talks about it, except once in Toiler of the Sea. He writes, out at sea, a few sailing boats at anchor were fishing. The Kashmir was not yet off Southampton. She had set her mainsail and was between and Gétou. That's the only occasion he writes about Gétou. By the time Hugo arrived in Guernsey, the island was unoccupied and was quarried for granite. There was a granite mine, we can say? Okay. The first private occupant between 1867 and 1877 was Montague Filden, a man who used the island as a warehouse for his smuggling activities, as it was later discovered. Then the island becomes the home of the writer Edward Montague Compton Mackenzie between 1923 and 1934. Compton Mackenzie, on the right on this picture, apparently very proud of his Scottish roots. And he wrote a part of his work on Gétou. He was working in a small hut on Gétou. Here is that, but it's not Compton Mackenzie. It has not been very easy to make this picture because Gétou is a private island, today the property of Sir Peter Ogden. So I wrote to Peter Ogden, asking permission to visit his island. And he said yes. I had a good reason to go there because at that time I was planning a book about the novelist who wrote on and about the Channel Islands. So I had to see the place where Compton Mackenzie worked. And Peter Ogden very kindly, he said to me, well, come and I'll send a boat to pick you. Okay. So I went to Rome. I was in the White House Hotel, very comfortably comfortable, anyway, waiting for Sir Peter Ogden to send me a boat, and he did. And so one day I saw the boat coming, and they said, well, the island is for you as long as you wish, and just tell us when you want to go back to Earth. So I was really happy, because that's the only island I didn't know in the Channel Islands. And it was very comfortable at the White House, by the way. So I had this opportunity to visit the island and the writing hut. It has two windows opening to the north and to the south, not to the west, so you can see the sea from there. Peter Ogden has a theory on that. He thinks Compton Mackenzie didn't want to be disturbed by the view when working. As for myself, I think this disposition had another goal, to protect the writer from the overpowering gaze from Victor Hugo. In fact, stunningly, the writing hut is just right under the poet's windows, 3 kilometers away, but right opposite Hauteville House. So the two novelists were working face to face, not at the same time, however. You recognize this? No? It's just there. Le Havre-Gosselin, Cirque. It was at the beginning of the month, as the weather was nice. For Victor Hugo, the most beautiful of the Channel Islands was Sark, Havre-Gosselin. Even before he set foot on Sark, Hugo was already celebrating the beauty of this pretty piece of countryside set in the sea. In August 1852, having just landed in Jersey, the first stage of his Anglo-Norman exile, he wrote to the Belgian poet André van Asselt, 5 leagues out of the sea, there is a huge rock, an island called Sark. It is a sort of fairy castle, full of wonders. A gentleman called Loder or Loper had just bought it for £6,000. This is one of those occasions when poets envy millionaires, unquote. Hugo was right about the figure, but not about the gentleman, because in fact the buyer was a woman, Marie Collins. Allaire was his maiden name. She was the daughter of privateer, John Allaire, who had gathered quite a lot of money. So Marie Collins ruled Sark only for a few times because she died. When Hugo was in Guernsey, the seigneur of Sark was William Collins, son of Mary Collins. I don't know if Hugo ever met him. Maybe you know that? No? As for myself, I met the seigneur of Sark. You know him? Michael Beaumont. I had a few talks with him when he had problem with the Barclay twins. You know the story, I guess. Yeah. And he was really devastated by this. Today, his son Christopher is in charge, and he seems to have big plans for Sark, since he tries to buy the Barclay's property on the island. Let's hope that this new story won't change Sark too much, but we can't be afraid. I've been chasing Victor Hugo for 50 years, and I finally met him in Guernsey a few weeks ago. As you can see, I was in good company. Jean-Marc Havas on the right, the biographer, and Antoine Gallimard in blue, which is head of a big publishing company in France. It was a Hugolian cruise. We sailed together from Paimpol to Guernsey, and for me the idea behind this cruise was to make a connection between the two, Gallimard and Jean-Marc, so that the last and third volumes of the Jean-Marc's biography of Hugo could be published by Antoine Gallimard. I don't know if we succeeded. We'll see. Anyway, it was late at night. We were just out of a pub, as you can see by our faces. Anyway, everything seems to go the right way between the two guys, and so let's hope Jean-Marc will finish his work. Thank you very much.
Question on session until after Florence, who's our last speaker, and then we can have our question time because we're running a quarter of an hour late, and I'd like to get everybody in. So thank you very much, Edward, and we'll. Yeah, it must sound like a repeating record that people who we made contact with early on in the story of Victor Hugo and Guernsey Society have helped us. But of all of those, Florence has been a star over the years, suggesting people that we could talk to, people who come and speak to us, talking about the possible subjects that we could talk about, and helping us in every way. She suggested that because we were talking about her publications, and she's published a biography of Juliet Drouet, and it was so good that it won the Chateaubriand Prize, and it was awarded in France. And I think we'd like to see that translated into English, so we might make some moves in that direction. She also published Gertrude Tennant's memoirs about Victor Hugo, whom she met in Guernsey in 1862. And she and Dinah are working on a translation of that and a possible publication of that as well. The French version, yes, is on sale. Ken is holding it up, so you can go and buy that and struggle through it in French. And the final thing really about Florence's work is that the 20,000 of the 22,000 letters are all on the internet, so you can read them anytime you like. Of course, they're in French. You could, of course, grab them and put them through Google Translation. Not all 22,000 at the same time. I don't think they'll handle that, but any points which you might care to taste, that would give you some kind of translation. So it's true that Florence has as much to do with the Victor Hugo Society in Guernsey as anybody. She's held us together, recommended us to other people, and made sure that we've had success every year. So I welcome you back, Florence. Oops, I've moved over your slide accidentally. There we go. So thank you very much for coming, and we'll look forward.
Thank you so much, Roy. Thank you to the Victor Hugo in Guernsey Society for inviting me again. Thank you, Diana, for translating my speech once again. Victor Hugo had personal experience more than once of how hostile an environment water could be. His daughter, Leopoldine, drowned in the river Seine, and the thought of that drowning haunted him. The manuscript of Les Misérables almost fell into the sea during the Hugo's family's crossing from Jersey to Guernsey in 1855. In an era when there were no photocopies, no Google Docs, and no hard disks to save one's creative output, this would have been a disaster for the author and for humanity. Once, during a crossing between the mainland and Guernsey, the packet boat he was traveling on was in danger of sinking. The sea is first and foremost, therefore, in Hugo's life and in his imagination, a hostile and terrifying element. But at the same time, he was to find in Jersey and then Guernsey the calm environment he needed to write his greatest masterpieces, overlooking the sea in his lookout in Hauteville House. Contemplation of the sea acted as a spur to his creativity. At the beginning of William Shakespeare, 1864, he ends his description of Marine Terrace with these words. This is a picture made for Juliet Drouet, and you find their initials, V.H. in red and J.D. in brown, above Marine Terrace. That's how he described in William Shakespeare Marine Terrace. It's a description of each room and ending this way: the noise of the sea ever present, le bruit de la mer, toujours entendu. It was to be the same with Hauteville House. Hugo wrote his greatest masterpieces lulled by the sound of the waves. It changed his vision of the world. This is what we will find when we examine in his novels, his poetry, theatre, his humanitarian and artistic works, the themes of running aground, of shipwrecks at sea, and of drowning. I will analyze the literary, moral, and philosophical aspects of each example. We will see how Hugo exploits these scenes in his novels, his drama, his letters and journals, and to what kind of creative end, what moral he draws from them, what their ethical model may be. The most dramatic event associated with the sea is that of the shipwreck, with its less dramatic but still troubling variation, running aground. These are illustrations of the human condition, of adversity, instability, and despair. The most famous of these symbols of marine adversity is the lonely fight of Juliet in the toils of the sea for his master's boat, the Durande, which had run aground in the Channel Islands. The whole novel is taken up with the epic story of the sailor, whose motivation, even more than loyalty to his master, is to marry his daughter, the young and beautiful Déruchette. Spending days and days camped out on his rock, so that he can bring back, if not the boat itself, which had run fairly conclusively aground, at least its engine, which could still be put to use. Juliet finds, against the rain, against the wind, against the salt spray, against the surf, and even a giant octopus, and achieves his aims in the end. In moments of rest or despondency, lying naked on his rock, feeling the vibrations of the ocean, the breath of the wind, the encouraging cries of the birds, he's at one with the universe. In this novel, to which it gives its name, the sea serves as a creative expression of the solitary adventure, an ethical expression of self-development. This struggle of fragile humanity against the wild elemental sea takes another form, this time that of the storm, whose victims are the poor fishers forced to risk their lives on the sea in order to feed the population. The poem, The Poor People, from La Légende des Siècles, celebrates their courage. In this poem, without thinking twice, a fisherman and his wife adopt the children of their dead neighbor, a woman who has starved to death. Their intention is to feed them, along with their own children, on the meager produce of their fishing. The fisherman and his wife both share the same fear of the abyss. While the woman prays, thinking about her husband at sea, l'océan l'épouvante. I'm going to read the quotations in French when it's poetry, because of the rhythm of poetry, and in English when it is prose or theatre. L'océan l'épouvante et toutes sortes d'ombres passent dans son esprit. La mer, les matelots, emportés à travers la colère des flots. He himself, during this time, horreur, l'homme dont l'onde éteint le hurlement, sans fondre et s'enfoncer le bâtiment qui plonge. Il sent s'ouvrir sous lui l'ombre et l'abîme, et songe au vieil anneau de fer du quai plein de soleil. Given an identity, made physical, brought to life, the ocean is perceived as a terrifying being. Hugo, in most cases, affords it a capital letter. L'océan, the ocean with a capital letter, which he does not when he refers to the sea. That capital letter marks it out as a strange entity, god or beast or monster, or the principle of evil, beyond the reach of human, pitiless. However, despite the extreme peril of a potential shipwreck, life on the sea teaches the fisherman the meaning of effort, of helping one another, and of thanks to God, which is the reason why, although he returns empty-handed, with no fish at night, he unhesitatingly adopts the children of the dead woman. In this poem, to which it gives a setting, the ocean serves as a creative expression of the epic in the ordinary, an ethical expression of sacrifice. The social aspect of the poem, The Poor People, which can be gleaned even from its title, is absent from Hugo's other great poem about shipwrecks, Oceano Nox. I chose this illustration that Gérard showed us this morning for Oceano Nox. It's a poem from Les Rayons et les Ombres, 1840. This is no surprise why the social aspect of Les Pauvres Gens is absent from Oceano Nox. It's no surprise because Oceano Nox was written in an earlier period of Hugo's life, when the poet, not yet a Republican, was less sensitive to the question of poverty. Nevertheless, it contains similar themes, beginning with that of the night, present as it is in the Latin title. Less social, it's also more metaphysical. This time, those who are shipwrecked are not fishers, but sailors. The first two verses describe how everyone is equal when faced with death, all social classes mingled together. Oh, combien de marins, combien de capitaines qui sont partis joyeux pour des courses lointaines, dans ce morne horizon se sont évanouis. Combien ont disparu dure et triste fortune, dans une mer sans fond, par une nuit sans lune, sous l'aveugle océan à jamais enfoui. Combien de patrons morts avec leurs équipages, l'ouragan de leur vie a pris toutes les pages, et d'un souffle il a tout dispersé sur les flots. Nul ne saura leur fin dans l'abîme plongé. Chaque vague, en passant, d'un butin s'est chargée. L'une a saisi l'esquif, l'autre les matelots. The next verse evokes, in a pathetic diptych, the corpses lost in the sea and their families' anxious waiting. Then time does its work. The three following verses describe how, little by little, people forget the lost sailors. But then, if men and women forget those who have been lost at sea, who will remember them? Hugo finishes the poem by contrasting the earth, in which there is no symmetry keeping their bodies, with the ocean, which lends them its voice. Rien ne sait plus vos noms, pas même une humble pierre dans les trois cimetières où l'écho nous répond, pas même un saule vert qui s'effeuille à l'automne, pas même la chanson naïve et monotone que chante un mendiant à l'angle d'un vieux pont. Où sont-ils les marins sombrés dans les nuits noires? Ô flots que vous savez de lugubres histoires, flots profonds redoutés des mers à genoux, vous vous les racontez en montant les marées, et c'est ce qui vous fait ces voix désespérées que vous avez le soir quand vous venez vers nous. The theme, common to this poem and The Poor People, is the fear of the abyss. As in The Poor People, the ocean here is personified by the final apostrophe to the waves. Oh, waves, waves. Addressed 6 times in the last verse, and by the voice the poet gives to them. Those disparate voices that you have in the evening on your way towards us. Although it is a hostile environment, the ocean is nevertheless a place that receives the bodies of the lost. Certainly less hospitable than a cemetery, where one can contemplate a person's memory at a specific place, but which nevertheless preserves the memory of suffering souls whose stories it tells through the roaring of its waves. Here, the ocean is used by Hugo as a place which is favorable to metaphysical reverie. the theme of the living, who eventually forget their dead in order to continue to live, goes considerably beyond the single circumstance of a drowning at sea. Is not every death of a person unknown through birth or through this destiny, body buried or not, fated to be forgotten? In this poem, to which it gives its Latin title, the ocean serves as a creative expression of the macabre, as an ethical expression of memory. Feeling pity for sailors lost at sea was part of Hugo's everyday life in Jersey and in Guernsey. In his notebook of the 27th of May 1858, he describes the wreck of Samuel Pengalet's boat, which was a postal packet between Guernsey and St. Malo. The boat, as he writes in his diary, went down with all hands in the hurricane of the night before last. Crew and passengers all are dead. 4 days later, Hugo opened a subscription for the widows and orphans of the Pengalet disaster. As a thank you, Madame Pengalet would sometimes lodge Victor Hugo's guests in her house, which was opposite Hauteville House. Juliet Drouet's letters are evidence of the permanent state of anxiety Guernsey people were in when it came to shipwrecks, and Gwenaëlle spoke of this subject this morning. Here is one other letter about the same subject. Since this morning, the thick fog hanging over the sea means that we hear the deafening whistle from the port, which is intended to give some bearings to the poor vessels who have no idea where they are. I hope that that will be enough to prevent collisions with rocks and shipwrecks around our little island. Sunset will probably cause the fog to fall away. The haunting memory of a shipwreck is such that Juliet writes Hugo a letter each time they are about to take a boat in case of disaster. And it is to exile itself, with its consequences, that Hugo compares a shipwreck. In a letter to a journalist, Jules Janin, who was a literary critic and who had published an account of the society event that forced sale of Hugo's furnishings from his Paris flat had become. Hugo thanked him for the sensitivity he showed in his article about the sale of his furnishing in Paris. So Hugo was not there, of course. Hugo was in Jersey. That's what he writes to Jules Janin about his paper. That page you have just written floats over my wreckage. What matter the things that have sunk below the water? What saved Hugo from social and existential shipwreck? It was, or wreckage, it was England. Hence the dedication of his William Shakespeare in 1864. To England, I dedicate this book to her, the glorification of her poet. I speak the truth to England, but as an illustrious and free country, I admire her, and as a place of refuge, I love her. The island, a terrestrial shelter in the middle of the ocean, is therefore the antithesis of a shipwreck, whether it be large, like Britain, or small, like Jersey and Guernsey, or tiny, like the rock on which the Durande ran aground in the toils of the sea. So whether it be large or small or tiny, the island is a refuge. On the rock, Juliet retrieves what can be saved of human industry. On Jersey and on Guernsey, Hugo rebuilds the small utopian society with the proscrit diaspora. In Britain, people enjoy freedom disrespected on the continent. Illustration of adversity for poor fishers, poor sailors, and poor travelers, the shipwreck is also for the powerful, the illustration of the fragility of their power. The shipwreck of the invincible Armada on the 2nd of November 1588, is the background to the poem The Infanta's Rose from La Légende des siècles. Its skillful construction contrives an extraordinary turnaround in circumstances. Firstly, in this poem, Hugo gives us the charming description of the Infanta, the young daughter of Philip II of Spain, contemplating a rose near a pool in her garden at the Escorial. Then, our attention is drawn from the garden towards the terrifying silhouette of the king, Philip II, seen through his palace window. We expect that he, like the poet and like the reader, will admire the sight of his charming daughter in the charming garden. But nothing of the sort. All his thoughts are turned to his political, military, and maritime power. After a long description of the power and authority of Philip II, the poet shows us what he sees in his mind, his fleet sent out to fight the English navy. Tout un vol de vaisseaux en fuite dans le vent, et dans l'écume, au pli des vagues, sous l'étoile, l'immense tremblement d'une flotte à la voile, et là-bas, sous la brume, une île, un blanc rocher, écoutant sur les flots ses tonnerres marcher. This island is Britain. L'armada, formidable et flottant point d'appui du levier dont il va soulever tout un monde, traverse en ce moment l'obscurité de l'onde. Le roi, dans son esprit, la suit des yeux, vainqueur, et son tragique ennui n'a plus d'autre lueur. The poet then lists all the different types of vessel and of sailor that the king has employed from across the belligerent Europe. Then, through a series of rhetorical questions, the king takes comfort in the certainty of his victory, which is, he believes, duly commensurate with his power. The invincible armada is wrecked in a gale, but Hugo, brilliantly, does not tell us what happens. Instead, he employs a counter-shot and returns to the initial scene of the Infanta, looking at her rose next to the pool in the palace garden. However, at the edge of the pool in silence, the Infanta still solemnly holds her rose, and sweet blue-eyed angel kisses it now and then. Suddenly a puff of wind, one of those breaths that the quivering evening throws out across the plains, reaches the tranquil child, and with a brush of its wing, swiftly, enough to shake a nearby branch of the tree, abruptly blows the petals of the flower into the pool, and the Infanta has nothing left in her hand but a thorn. She leans over and sees the debris in the water. She doesn't understand. What's that? She's scared. And what does she do but look to the sky in bewilderment for the breeze that had no fear of displeasing her? All the poor rose is scattered on the wave, its 100 petals, which the deep water drowns and rolls around, turning like in a shipwreck, and move away in every direction on 1,000 little waves whipped up by the breeze. It looked just like a fleet sinking into an abyss. "Madame," said the duenna, a shadow on her face, to the astounded and pensive little girl, "everything on earth belongs to kings, except the wind." "Madame," dit la duègne avec sa face d'ombre à la petite fille étonnée et rêvant, "tout sur terre appartient au prince, hors le vent." Hugo's genius consists in suggesting the shipwreck of the Armada, using the misfortune of the rose. A few illustrations will suffice. The double movement, which makes us come and go from the garden to the palace, and vice versa. Be drawn into the thought processes of King Philip through what he is seeing in his mind's eye, the victory of his Armada. The comparison of a major event in history with the mishap of the tiny, toute petite rose, as the infanta is described in the first line of the poem. She is very young. A duenna looks after her. Elle est toute petite, une duègne la garde. This is an example of an apologue, a fable, whose punchline delivers the moral of the tale. Everything on earth belongs to kings, except the wind. The moral is given to the duenna. It's the duenna who says this last sentence. Her social status is positioned between belonging to the household, as she is in the service of a little princess, and the aristocracy, of which she is a member. A woman committed to caring, her duty is to guard, that is to say, to protect the infanta, and not a man who is destined for struggle, combat. It is to her, and not to the all-powerful king, that the poet gives all the world's wisdom. In the play Hernani, 1830, Philip II's father, the father of this king, this blind king, Charles V, proves himself to be more prescient than his son in his knowledge of the ocean and in his analysis of the power of the great. This is demonstrating in his monologue in Act 4, Scene 2, where he expresses his holy terror in the face of the responsibility that has fallen to him after his election to the empire. Greatly affected by his elevation to the highest level of power, he realizes that even this position of greatness cannot protect him against revolution, and that true power lied in the hands of the mob, or the people, which he compares to the ocean. This vision comes to him like in a dream. Kings look down, at the ocean of humanity, at that ever-restless wave where nothing's cast that does not shake the whole, a wave that crushes a throne and rocks a tomb, a mirror in which a king rarely looks but ill-favoredly. If only they looked occasionally into this dark flood, they should find in its depth innumerable empires, great vessels wrecked, that are disturbed by its ebb and flow, which would disturb it and which it no longer knows. The political cosmogony imagined by Hugo does away with the land, leaving the sky and the ocean to face off. The man of the people here is not associated with the fields on which he labors or the cities he builds on terra firma, but instead with the ocean, on which, however, he does not dwell. This comparison, drawn between the people and the ocean, demonstrates the fragility of power, which is like a flimsy skiff, the indomitable power of the people, which legitimizes it in a manner unthinkable in the 16th century, the period in which the drama is set. This legitimacy had, however, been tested 40 years before Hugo wrote this piece in 1929, during the French Revolution. In this tirade, where it acts as an extended metaphor for revolution, the ocean serves as an ethical expression of modesty from the king, a poetic expression of vertigo. Illustration of adversity and in the instability of all things, the ocean is also, in the work of Hugo, the place of despair, of drownings that don't happen by accident, but that are sought as a means of suicide. It's okay? There are at least 2 suicides by drowning in Hugo's novels. At the end of The Toilers of the Sea, that of Juliet in the Channel, in The Man Who Laughs, that of Gwynplaine in the Thames estuary. Let's start by looking at the suicide of Gwynplaine in The Man Who Laughs. In The Man Who Laughs. Gwynplaine succeeds at his second try. The first time, thinking he has lost his nearest and dearest, he is standing at the edge of the parapet from which he intends to throw himself into the Thames, when he feels the tongue of his wolf, Homo, licking him. This brings him back to life and to his adopted family. This is an odd family, made up of Ursus, an old showman, Dea, a young blind girl, the tame wolf, Homo, and Gwynplaine, a foundling become lord. After an unfair trial and a fantastical escape bid, he ends up by reconnecting with his family at the very moment that they, forced out of England, are preparing to leave for Holland. As the boat that is sailing down the Thames to reach the open sea is taking them to their new life, Dea, exhausted by grief, because she has lost Gwynplaine, she doesn't know where he is, she thinks he's dead, feels an intense happiness on finding Gwynplaine again. He's back. He's ready now to marry her. So intense is her joy that, being in a state of overwhelming fatigue because of her despair at having lost him, she dies of it. It was then Gwynplaine became terrifying. He stood up, lifted his head, and considered the immense night above him. Then, seen by no one, but perhaps watched in the darkness by someone invisible, he stretched out his arms to the depth above and said, "I'm coming." And he began to walk towards the edge of the boat on the deck, as if some vision was drawing him to it. We follow Gwynplaine's advance across the boat's deck for several paragraphs. His eyes are fixed on the heavens. In a few steps, he is at the very edge. "I'm coming," he said. "There, here am I." And he continued to walk. There was no railing. The void lay before him. He stepped forward. He fell. The night was thick and muffled. The water was deep. No one saw nor heard anything. The boat continued to sail and the river to flow. A little later, the boat entered the ocean. When Ursus came to his senses, he could no longer see Gwynplaine, and he noticed Homo at the edge of the boat, who was howling in the darkness and looking at the sea. Hugo paints a scene of understated horror, seen by no one except perhaps God and the wolf, swift and as inexorable as the hero's decision to die. Gwynplaine's body going under is all the more terrible because it is not described. There is no evocation of his body struggling, nor of the body under the water, nor of the actual moment of his death, nor of Gwynplaine's thoughts and feelings. Once again, the sea is in a position not to the land, but to the sky, to which it is linked by the oxymoron, the depth above. For Hugo, who examines equally brilliantly both the infinitely large and the infinitely small, the sea and the sky become one. The final word of The Man Who Laughs, the sea, is also, in its last chapter, entitled The Great Tomb, the final word of the Toilers of the Sea. His heart broken at the departure of the woman he loves, Déruchette, in the company of a young Protestant minister, when he had put his own life in danger to rescue the engine of her father's boat run aground on a rock, Juliet is out on a point of the coast of Guernsey. This allows him to watch for as long as possible the boat which is carrying Déruchette and Ebenezer away. He sits on a crevice in the rock, which functions as a chair. The narrator describes the landscape he can see. Land, sea, sky mingled together, even including the friendly birds. Perhaps it's they, the birds, that see the scene, because Juliet is alone. When the rising tide reaches his feet and he does not move, the reader anticipates the inevitable ending, but an intention to commit suicide. As with the end of The Man Who Laughs, the suicide, this intention is never actually mentioned. The description of the changing landscape is punctuated during several paragraphs by indications of the hours as they pass, the tide as it rises, Juliet's body as it is little by little enveloped by the water. Suddenly a splashing sound and a sensation of cold caused him to look down. The water had reached his feet. Several paragraphs further. The water was getting up to his waist. Later, you could only see his head. And finally, there was now nothing there but the sea. Victorious over the high seas, Juliet is killed by the ocean, but anchored to the land. It's not the wilderness that kills him, nor the uncontrolled elements. It is his immense despair, the calamity of not being loved. Suicide for love at sea, Hugo was to come across such an event in a sensational news story in 1870. The steamer Normandy was shipwrecked, not far from here. Hugo wrote about it in an article he sent to the Republican newspaper founded by his sons, Le Rappel. He uses the human interest piece as a counterpoint to a eulogy he refused to give to a reactionary politician. On m'écrit pour me demander quelle impression a produite sur moi la mort de Montalembert. They wrote to me to ask me what impression the death of Montalembert had made on me. My answer? None. Absolute indifference. But here's something that did upset me. On board the steamer Normandy, which was lost at sea 4 days ago, there was a poor carpenter and his wife. There were people from here, from the parish of St. Saviour. They were returning from London, where the husband had been for a tumour he had in his arm. Suddenly, in the darkness of the night, the boat, broken in two, started to sink. Only one lifeboat remained. It was already full up with people and was about to push off and escape. The husband shouted, "Wait for us, we are getting in." The reply from the lifeboat came, "There's only room for a woman. Your wife should get in." "Go, wife," he said. And the wife replied, "For sure, I'm not going, me. There's no room for me. We'll die together, eh?" "Nenny, je n'irai pas. Il n'y a pas de place pour moi. Je mourrai ensemble." That Nenny is adorable. This heroism expressed in patois is heart-wrenching. A gentle Nenny and a gentle smile in the face of death. And the poor woman threw her arms around her husband's neck, and they both died. And I'm crying as I write this for you, and I'm thinking of my stalwart son-in-law, Charles Vacquerie. His son-in-law, Charles Vacquerie, as you know, had drowned with Leopoldine, having tried but failed to save her. This was, anyway, what the Hugo family believed. In the climaxes of these two plots of his novels, in which the sea has the last word, as in the tragic news story, the sea serves as a poetic expression of disaster and as an ethical expression of fidelity. Whereas the sea is at the same time the setting, the environment, and the illustration of adversity, of the instability of everything, and of despair, it is also, in Hugo's work, a reservoir of incidents for his novels and his theatre that are, as it were, providential. All Hugo's novels contain episodes taking place at sea that present extreme situations, plot twists that have you on the edge of your seat, like your students, Lisa, which ally suspense and strong emotion to moral or religious revelation. A spectacular example of one of these shipwrecked episodes occurs in The Man Who Laughs and takes up a whole book of 80 pages. Everything begins, as in Holy Scripture, with a sin, a guilt. It happens on the shore. Child stealers, the comprachicos, it's a Spanish name, who have disfigured Gwynplaine, the hero, the young hero, we don't know his name for the moment. They have disfigured him for the freak shows. Now wanted by the police for their illicit trade, abandon the young hero on a shore nearby, on the English coast. That was the first episode. The second episode tells the story of their doom at sea. You see, it's really a religious story. Sin before, sin, then doom. There is a violent storm nearby. They escape several dangers, including the terrifying Casquette's lighthouse, drawn here by Hugo, and Gérard showed it to us already, which in their eyes resembled a flaming pyre under an iron grill on top of a rock. After a close encounter with the reef, they find themselves out at sea again, where they avoid another reef. When the storm subsides, the reader thinks that they are safe. The sea then becomes dead calm, which in French we call bonasse. Contrary to expectations, it's the calm after the storm which will be their undoing, because they have lost their mast and sails, so once the wind drops, they can no longer move. Now, as the hull has been holed, they are going to sink. As they can no longer save their lives, they can now only save their souls by confessing their sins. Let us throw our crimes into the sea, says the doctor. He then places a piece of parchment in a bottle gourd. Everyone on the boat knows what it contains, this parchment, except us. It's Hugo's sense of suspense. The third episode, after the sin, the doom, is the punishment, the shipwreck. As with the drowning of Juliet on his rock, we follow in stages the progress of the waters as they rise around the bodies of the shipwrecked sailors. They all got on their knees. They all got on their knees. It was no longer in snow, but in water that they were kneeling. The doctor made the sign of the cross and spoke louder, while under his feet that rocking motion began, almost imperceptible, the signal that a wreck is about to go under. Amongst this gang of malefactors, where everyone came from somewhere different, each person recited Our Father in their own language. The doctor, captain of the ship, remained standing and was the last to speak. Sicut in coelo et in terra. So, end of Our Father. No one replied. He looked down. Every head was under water. Not one had stood up. They had let themselves drown on their knees. With his right hand, the doctor took up the gourd which he had placed upon the hatch and raised it above his head. The wreck was foundering. As he went under, the doctor murmured the rest of the prayer. His arm disappeared. The deep sea had no more ripples on it than a barrel of oil. The snow continued to fall. Something floated to the surface and bobbed away in the darkness. It was the gourd, sealed with pitch and kept afloat by its casing of willow. Juliet Drouet, who copied out the novel, at the same time Hugo was writing it, so she was the first reader, understood immediately the religious sense of the episode. I need to calm down and relax a bit. My nerves are on edge after that dreadful shipwreck, which is all the more tragic and more gloomily grandiose in its bleak impassivity than in the tumult and the hurly-burly of the tempest. God's justice does not need the wrath of nature to be fulfilled. Never mind if I'm talking nonsense. Far from talking nonsense, Juliet understood very well that the shipwreck is a divine punishment. The last episode of this religious story, the atonement, happens 400 pages later. Meanwhile, Gwynplaine becomes a showman, is arrested and believes himself to be lost in the prisons of the English monarchy, when the situation suddenly changes. The sheriff, instead of pursuing him, tells him he's lord and reads a parchment to him. It is the one the doctor wrote and which all the comprachicos have signed. It reveals their crime and Gwynplaine's aristocratic birth. Orphaned at 2 years of age, the son of a lord, he was sold to the comprachicos by King James II to despoil and destroy his family, the father being a rebel. Entrusted to the sea, will this exposure of their crime be enough to save their iniquitous souls? God alone knows. In this novel, of which it provides the title of one whole part, the ocean, entitled The Sea and the Night, the ocean serves as a poetical expression of apocalypse, calamity and revelation at the same time, and it serves an ethical expression of atonement. The message in a bottle, a common trope in adventure stories, is a symbol of providence. We find, too, in many adventure novels that the sea that engulfs can also be the sea that saves. In Alexandre Dumas' The Count of Monte Cristo, Edmond Dantès, the hero, escapes from the Château d'If, a prison on a small rocky island in the Mediterranean off Marseille, by slipping himself inside the shroud of the Abbé Faria, who is being prepared for burial at sea. A cunning plan, but a risky one. Hugo makes the hero of Les Misérables take a similar risk. Jean Valjean, having become a jailbird once more in the prison at Toulon, comes to the aid of a sailor who is at risk of losing his life up high above the ship Orion. The sailor, hanging in the air, is likely to lose his grip at any time and to smash onto the deck or drown. Jean Valjean asks to have his ball and chain removed and then climbs up the rigging. He saves the sailor to the great joy of the watching crowd. But the crowd then witnesses Jean Valjean himself fall into the water. As the narrator adopts the crowd's point of view, the reader believes him to have drowned. 40 pages on, we find out that Jean Valjean was not dead. He dived into the sea on purpose and swam underwater until he reached a ship at anchor, where he hid before sneaking away. In this episode, where the sea is the accomplice of the hero and helps him against the injustice of man, the sea serves as a poetic expression of a dramatic human interest story, an ethical expression of cunning. In these two novels, the sea is the providential place where, confronted by his choices, man's true nature is revealed to itself, a place where he must take responsibility, where he must take note of his conscience, where he must take risks. The sea shows him what he really is, at the same time ties him to the universe. To conclude, I want to highlight that Hugo identified himself with the ocean. The ocean is for him a symbol of human destiny. There are indeed ocean men. These waves, these flux and reflux, this terrible back and forth, this noise of all the breaths together, these blacknesses and these transparencies, this vegetation from the chasm, this demagogy of clouds in the midst of the hurricane, these eagles in the spume, these enormous sobs, these glimpses of monsters, these nights of darkness cut through by roarings, these furies, these shipwrecks, these clashing waves, these human thunderings mingled with the thunder of the divine, this blood in the abyss, then these graces, these pleasant things, these celebrations, these gay white sails, these fishing boats, these songs amongst the tumult, these splendid ports, these smoke trails from the land, these towns on the horizon, this deep blue of water and the sky, this useful acridness, this bitterness that brings about the purification of the universe, this rough salt without which everything would rot, these angers and these appeasements, these hells and these paradises of the eternally emotional immensity, this infinite, this unfathomable, all this can be in a mind. And in that case, this mind is called genius. And you have Aeschylus, and you have Juvenal, you have Dante, you have Michelangelo, you have Shakespeare, you have Victor Hugo. And to look at these souls and to look at the ocean is the same thing. In this essay, where it is the metaphor of genius, the ocean serves as a poetic expression of the sublime and as an ethical expression of awe. To summarize, the ocean, in Hugo's poetry, theatre and novels, serves as a poetic, dramatic and aesthetic setting for the solitary adventure, the epic in the ordinary, the macabre, the sense of vertigo, calamity, confrontation, the apocalypse, the sensational human interest story, the sublime, the moral values it brings with it are self-development, sacrifice, remembrance, humility, fidelity, loyalty, atonement, awe. The ocean is also, and above all, the form, at the same time tangible and impossible to grasp, of the infinite. Infinitely large, it can be represented by the other, the infinitely small, such as in the example of the inner eye of Philip II of Spain, which allows us to observe his immeasurably colonialist ideas. Such as, again, the little pool in the garden of the Escorial, the palace in Spain, where the misfortune of the rose symbolizes the smallness of the man who credits himself with too much power. Conversely, the ocean is at the same time both a metaphor for and the symbol of genius, immersed in the contemplation of the ocean, and of the all-powerful nature of love in times of adversity. Thank you.